Good morning and welcome to our live coverage as we see wonderful pictures here at Kirimandala Mawata, and I'm located though at SDC, in which we are going to see a wonderful game of 20 over cricket being played with Colombo Masters against the visitors from India, Vijai Hawkers. Now let's look at the ambience of this particular grounds. It looks absolutely picturesque, isn't it? I mean, look at the building on the background. The ambience looks wonderful. Lots of greenery, and the skyline is the only thing we are a little bit worried about. It looks a little bit grey. Let's hope that Mother Nature will give us the opportunity to see a full 20 over game of cricket being played today. And I'm very proud to inform you I had the opportunity of talking to two umpires. D.N. Patirana, the former test umpire of Sri Lanka, is officiating, and Sushil Gunasekara, they'll be officiating in this game. And I always ask myself one question. Match gets underway, of course, at 9:45, but then who will do what, especially when it comes to winning the toss? Will the team winning the toss want to bat first or bowl first? That we'll be finding out very, very shortly. But first and foremost, it's pertinent that we join Polonos, my co-host, in taking a look at what this pitch has to offer. Over to Polonos now.
It's time to have a look at the pitch, and before we go to the pitch, let's have a look at the ground. The ground conditions look good, but with overnight rain, it seems a bit soggy, and the outfield might be a bit slow. Let's look at the pitch now. The pitch looks a bit uneven in this area, where there are some patches which can open up later in the day, but remember, this is just a T20 game, and here you see it's a brown, no grass at all, but uneven, a little bit uneven, and there might be a little bit of turn for the spinners when the day progresses. And we see on the other end also it looks the same, and the captain that wins the toss might decide to bat first and put a total on the board to put the pressure on the opposition.
There we go now. Useful thoughts there from the pitch report brought to you by Polonos. Now then, Polonos thinks that the captain winning the toss should bat, despite the fact that this particular pitch could have a little bit of even bounce. It'll be decided shortly though, as we cross over. Both captains, Rai 11 captaining the Vijai Hawkers, our visitors from beautiful India, and the home captain for Sri Lanka being none other than Sumit, who will be at the toss, and Polonos will host the toss for us.
Thank you, Brian. It's toss time now. We have the two captains here, Sunit Sampath from Colombo Masters and Rai 11 from Vijay Hawks, and the two umpires, very senior umpire D.N. Patrana. Everyone knows in Sri Lanka about D.N. Patrana, and Sushil Gunasekara with us. So let's have the captain to toss the coin. Tail is the call. So tails. So Colombo Masters captain Sunit Sampath has won the toss. Sunit, what have we decided?
We are going to bowl first.
What is the reason for deciding to bowl first?
Because last night it's raining here, so it's a little bit soft. So we like to bowl first.
How's your team? Everything okay?
Yeah, it's everything okay. It's full setup.
What's the target you're going to restrict the Vijay Hawks?
Less than 120.
Thank you, Sunit. Right, after your trip to Dumbala, I'm sure you have decided on a final good 11. And had you won the toss, what would you have done?
Had I won the toss, I also would have chosen to bowl for the very same reason that the captain has said. It has rained yesterday, and the pitch can be unpredictable in the first couple of hours. But I think we'll take our chances. I think it's going to be a good game of cricket, and the better team should win.
All boys are fit and ready to go?
Yes, all are fit and ready to go.
Right. Good luck to both of you, and all the best. Have a good day and enjoy your game of cricket. It will be fantastic to see Colombo Masters playing Vijay Hawks today here at the Ace Capital Ground.
Welcome back. There we are. A surprise, honestly. I mean, one would have expected the team winning the toss to bat first, but the Sri Lankan captain in Sunit Sampath thought otherwise. He felt the cloud cover that his bowlers might get a little bit of assistance. Even as I talk, you can see the Sri Lankan Masters just warming up. It's a pleasant day, but rather cloudy. And so that's one reason I sort of envisaged that the Sri Lankan or the Colombo Masters decided they'll have a bowl on this pitch. As far as the Indians are concerned, they're captained by Rai 11. They toured Dambulla recently and they seem to be enjoying the ambience and the atmosphere here in Sri Lanka. Just a gentle reminder, this is a 20-over game. And remember that we do have the power play in the first 6 overs, after which the fielders are set free a little bit. So obviously the Indian batting cordon will look at all the possibilities of making many runs as possible during the power play. It is also pertinent that the Sri Lankan seamers, whoever they are, should try and keep a tidy line and length. Let the ball try and do the talking, because the atmosphere here is pretty cool. Remember, Sri Lanka had a lot of rain overnight. There was also rain yesterday in the morning. And so far we've been very, very lucky. Mother Nature's done us a great favor. But one thing is for sure, we're going to see some competitive cricket. If you're joining us on sporty.lk, my co-commentator will be Polons. My name is Brian Thomas, and I'll be with you right through this 20-over contest. And the game being played today is between Colombo Masters and Vijai Hawks from India. They are a marine organization, I was told. They are into shipbuilding and they're here on tour. As we see the team Sri Lanka walking out to the center. And at the rear you can see the Haley's Travels bus, which has brought the Indian contingent into this wonderful venue. Beautiful ambience, like I made mention before. And if you're just joining us, just a gentle reminder that surprisingly, even though Polonos thought that the side winning the toss should bat first, but the Sri Lankan team cordon have thought otherwise. They've won the toss. They've decided to bowl first. And they look absolutely perked and perched to try and get many runs as possible, especially in the power play overs. Play the bowling to merit and see as to how they go. We can see the wicketkeeper just about getting himself ready as the Indian batters. We'll see them on the field very shortly and then witness when play gets underway. It's a pleasure being with all of you this morning. Let me just give the location of the grounds. We are at Kirimandala Mawatha. The SLDCCC grounds was constructed newly with an excellent pavilion, a good player facility, obviously. And also, we as commentators and producers of this broadcast have been given wonderful facilities. Right, the Indian openers seem to be all geared up, getting a few, I would say, we call it in the cricketing arena as some throwdowns before they face the actual bowling. Lovely ambience just outside the grounds as well. Lots of greenery. And we are going to see a good game of 20-over cricket being played. And the visiting team from India, in fact, they played a couple of matches in Dambulla. Unfortunately, one of the games were abandoned, but they had a great outing. And it is nice to have two teams touring Sri Lanka, because we all know that our country is a very good tour destination. That's the flag of Mother Sri Lanka flying in all her glory. You can see the breeze that's indicating from the westerly end to the southern end. So obviously it could aid some of the seam bowlers up front. But talking to Polonos just after the toss, he also felt that the spinners might come into focus, because this wicket can grip and turn. It can grip and turn. So a great contest in our hands today. So talking about the tourism that we have in Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka is known as one of the finest tourist destinations, and it's great to have teams visiting us to play their holiday cricket in our neck of the woods. There you can see the Lotus Tower in all her glory. The background here is absolutely fantastic. Beautiful greenery, ambience at its best. And of course, we have the sparrows welcome guests to our venue. The field looks pretty thick, pretty, I would say, evenly covered grass. But the only problem is that it could be a little bit slow because of overnight rain. So it will be very important that the batters in pursuit should start taking their singles. It's very important rotation of strike in this format of the game because everyone tends to think that 20-over game is see ball, hit ball. But if you look at the modern day version of the game, especially if you've seen the IPL, you will notice the amount of singles and doubles that are taken by the batters when they play out in the center. And it's a case of rotation of strike. Keep the scoreboard ticking, because moment you start languishing, the bowling side generally gets on top. There you can see the Indian contingent. The openers actually are padded up in the pavilion. Like I did make mention, we were here very early and we were just admiring the facilities here at this great venue. That's the Sri Lankan Masters cordon. We're just about to get the umpires out into the center. Play would get underway short while from now. So what we'll do though, before we actually get onto the grounds, we'll take a little bit of a break though and come right back with the live coverage. බොරුවක් කියන්න වෙන්නේ ටික. කන්නද?
ගිහිල්ලා මොකද ඔෆ් කරාද? ආ ඔව් හරි. ඒක ආවේ. මේ ඉදරලයි. ඉදරලයි. මේක ගියා. ඉදරල දිනන්නේ මේක යනවා. ඕකේ.
අපි ඔන්න යකින් කියමු ඩිලේ එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා නේ. ඩිලේ එකක් තියෙනවා.
කොහොමද තියලා තියුනේ නේද?
හා?
තියලා තියුම කවදාවත්
අවුලක් නැහැ.
ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ ෆේර්
Welcome back. Right, it's pink ball cricket. The two umpires in Mr. D. N. Pathirana, no stranger to all of us in the cricketing fraternity. The former test umpires walking out with Mr. Sushil Gunasekara, another well-versed umpire. Just a gentle reminder, this game is between Vijai Hawks, the visitors from India, playing against Colombo Masters here at the SLLDC cricket grounds located at Kirimandala Mawatha, close to Kotte. The ambience looks absolutely fascinating. The ground facilities are wonderful. The atmosphere around the grounds, very picturesque indeed. But now it's time for business as we see the Sri Lankan team, the Masters, walking out to field first, winning the toss and electing to bat. And it's pink ball cricket. And let's see as to how the Indians adapt to situations. There's umpire Susil placing the bails. Play just about to get underway. We'll shortly see the two Indian batters out in the center. Try and get you their names as soon as we know who they are. Well, this is what we call basically mercantile type of cricket. There we go. We can see the two Indian batters walking out to the center. A round of applause as usual from the dressing room. That's the visiting Indian team in the dugout. We thank you for being in our company here on sporty.lk as we bring you our live telecast in this, the first T20 game that the Indian Cordon is playing against a home-based team. And the home-based team is Colombo Masters. If you're just joining our coverage, it's Dination who's going to open the bowling. He looks a left armer. And let's see whether we can get the name of the two batters. Swadip and Padurak at the wickets. And let's see who'll take strike. You have to pardon us because we did not get the team card, the Indian playing team card, nor the Masters team card. As the batter now settles in. Ranunak, that's the name of the batter. Right, ball one coming up. And destination from a very short run up. Slip in place though, as he runs into ball. In he goes. Well, that's down towards his pads, punched down the ground to the man at mid-on. So the Vijay Hawkers open their scoring with a single. Gentle seamers being bowled by the Sri Lankan Dinushan. And it's a left-hand, right-hand combination. So Suldip getting his name right. Suldip, the left-hander, on strike. Loosening himself. I suppose they've had a long tour of Dambulla. Other than getting their muscles free. They actually came back yesterday. It's great to see the teams in pursuit today, especially the Indian team. Down the leg side. Now that's a bad delivery. Easy picking, straight down to fine leg. Sulip showing a lot of class there. Getting well behind the ball, just punching it down the ground to the vacant deep fine leg arena. So 4 more runs added to the total. And the Vijay Hawkers off to a rollicking start. Already 5 runs on the board. And all five runs coming off the bat. Left hand, right hand combination, like I made mention. Much better line and length delivery. Wrapped him on the pad. He tried to work it down the onside. Definitely going down the leg side. The umpire is not at all interested. It's Dinesh Shivapalan, the Sri Lankan bowler. We are getting the names now. It's Sundip Yashav and Kaushal Singh. Yet again down the leg side. Umpires calling that a wide, and rightly so. Six runs already on the board. Have to make sure the Sri Lankan bowler must concentrate on line and length. He straight down the leg on 2 occasions and 1 was put away. Let's see as to how he gets about this delivery. Flighted, taken on the full and driven very firmly, but there is cover. Short extra cover. Fielder doing the cleaning up job. On your screens is 6 runs already on the board. So far 1 wide has been bowled by Dinesh Sivapalan. Gave himself room, played rather upishly towards deep extra cover. Beautifully stroked, 4 more runs to the total. And the total moves on to 10. Now that was see ball, hit ball sort of delivery. In the arc, and Suldeep has absolutely no problem in dispatching that very firmly. A lot of bottom hand coming into that stroke. Sudeep Yashau for India. Now batting on 8. And Kaushal Singh at the non-strikers end on 1. Here is Dinesh Sivapalan. That's taken on the half volley and driven firmly yet again to mid-wicket for 4 more runs. So rather an expensive over. 14 runs coming off it already. And also 1 wide was bowled. You watch it on the replay. That was taken on the half volley and punched down the ground to mid-wicket. Easy pickings. So Vijay Hawks on a high now. Scoring 14 runs off the very first over. This is a very good start indeed. As the team card, Kaushal Singh to open the batting with Sudeep Yashwat. Will give the scorecard, the team card yet again. And Dinesh Sivapalan, very expensive indeed in the very first over he bowled. Sunit Sampath, the captain, has played 232 matches. We'll come back to that. As Sunit Sampath is being brought, the captain himself bringing himself on to bowl the second over. Kaushal Singh on strike. Right arm medium pace taken on the half volley and driven straight to the man at wide mid on, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs. I thought the fielder on that occasion could have done better. He could have moved a little bit quicker. But I suppose watch it on the replay. He just takes it on the half volley, punches it down the ground. No worries at all. Just past the man at wide mid on. So the Indian batters are on a high. 18 runs already in 1.1 overs. Good going. That's a much better delivery. Short of length, punch down to short extra cover. Just bowl a line and length, back of a length, get the batsman to keep playing. And the batsman in fact have crossed over for a single. Apologies, I missed that run being taken. So 19 runs on the board. This is the strike rate of Yashwat. It's got a very good strike rate of 183.33. Sunit Sampath. runs in. Oh, and it's gone. Beautifully bowled, try-foot short of length, and Sulip, yes, will watch it on the replay, guilty of lunging at it, and takes the outside edge and brilliantly caught at first slip. So Sri Lanka strike and strike fast. 19 runs for the loss of 1 wicket, and Sunet Sampath will obviously be very happy with that beautiful delivery. Yes, that was try-foot short of length, lunging at it, and brilliantly taken by the man at first slip. So Sri Lanka celebrate. Sudeep Yashwat looked very dangerous, made 12 runs in 6 balls, strike rate of 200. He looks a very good player indeed, but sadly for him, undone very early in the day. Right, let's take a look at the number 3 batter walking in. If you're joining our live coverage, it's 19 for 1. The Sri Lankan or the Colombo Masters winning the toss, electing to bowl first, have stuck early in the second over itself. The dangerous Sandeep out for 12. We'll have the scores for you in a short while, but here is Mahendrakar Darsha, the new batter in at number 3, tall in stature. He's taking his guard from the umpire, the left-hander for India. He too is a very experienced player. Played just 3 matches, made 41 runs. But look at the strike rate, 151 for 85. So these Indians can really strike the ball. Here is Sunet Sampath. Down to the pads, flicked away off his pads. That'll get him a single. Ball going straight down to short fine leg. Beautifully thrown back at the wicketkeeper, disturbing the stumps as well. 20 for 1 wicket. Having a look at that dismissal yet again. You can just see the ball was try-foot short of length, lunged at it, and unfortunately edged it straight to the wicket, to the man at first slip. $20 for 1. Sampath. In line with the middle and the off stump. That could be signal a wide. He's beaten the wicketkeeper but gone straight down to the man at third man. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, there goes the wide. That looked a wide right from the get-go. From the time he released the ball, going down the leg side. And you can't afford to bowl wides and no balls in this version, because you re-bowl them again, especially the no ball looks more disastrous because you also give the batter a free hit. On the replay you can just see the ball just angling down the leg side. Much better delivery, line and length, back of a length. Darsha very watchful because India have already lost 1 wicket, and it's now important for this pair to try and build a partnership. Bat deep, bat long. Again, a very good line and length delivery in line with the stumps, bowling wicket to wicket. So that marks the end of over number 2. Indian Hawkers are 22 for the loss of 1 wicket. The current run rate 11 looks very healthy. Let's look at the skyline. It seems to clear a little bit here at Kirimandala Mawata. This morning when I walked into the grounds, it looked pretty gloomy. Kumar Brajash, Chavan Raju, Gaun Swanpil, Naik Samir Said, Pujakar Uhas, Malik Sachin, Turasa Vishant, and Ra 11, the captain. So far Sri Lanka have conceded 3 extras in the 2 overs they've bowled. Big question is, will we have a change in the bowling? Yes, there is a change in the bowling, obviously. What Sri Lanka trying to do, the Masters are trying to give a lot of variety into the bowling. Riyad Fauzi bowls right arm off spin, I reckon. Brought into the attack to bowl the third over. Riyad had scalped 15 wickets earlier. The best bowling figures, as you can see on your screen, 3 for 26. Let's see as to how he'll bowl on this pitch. The man on strike is Kaushal Singh, the opener, the right-hander. Fuller in line and length, tossed up, pushed down the ground to deep mid-on, and the batsmen have taken 2 runs. Now, this is very important, rotational strike. I made mention before that 20-over cricket is not all about going in for big hits. Rotation of strike is of paramount importance. That's taken on the half volley, flicked in the air. That'll be 4 runs. Oh no, it's just fielded inside the boundary line towards the cow corner. Just flicked off his pads. I thought for a moment he's beaten the man. Credit to the fielder there at the cow corner. And the batsmen have taken an easy single. Remember Mahendra Darsha, the number 3 batter, at the wickets. India have already lost one of the openers, the left-hander who was looking good. Is left for this pair to bat with commitment. Wrapped him on the pad, going down the leg side, says the umpire, and rightly so. The most important thing is a dot delivery. 2.3 overs so far, which means 20 balls have been bowled. Basically 2.3, yep. Flighted yet again, nudged into short extra cover for an easy single. What I noticed about the Indian batters is they're taking their singles, anything in their arc, they're punching it down the ground. Otherwise, they're looking to rotate strike. This is very good improvisation. And these are the types of strokes that will help you to build above par scores. Short punch down the ground on the back foot, beautifully executed, but there is cover at short extra cover square on the offside, so just 1 single. 27 yet again. Rotation of strike looking absolutely inevitable from the Indian think tank. Here's Riyad Fauzi. Played rather uppishly, balloon in the air. Is he going to be caught? No, that's a given opportunity in the air. We'll watch it on the replay if we can. Chance going or begging. Well, these things happen. I mean, you can't take every catch, can you? There we go. Yes, extra bounce, uneven bounce that Polonos was talking about. And rightly so. Uneven bounce in the air for a while, and sadly the catch went a begging. So that's the end of over number 3 here at Kirimandalam Mawatha. We are bringing you this live coverage from the SLLDC cricket grounds, where Colombo Masters are in pursuit against the visiting Indian Marine team, Vijai Hawks. This is what I call holiday cricket. Now look at the bowling figures here. Dinesh Sivapalan, very expensive in the first over, went away for 14 runs. Sunit Sampath brings himself on yet again. Taken on the full, driven very firmly. That's, I would say, bread and butter for the Indian batter. Darsha getting on top of that, pushing it straight down the ground, punching it hard. You can see the top hand coming into play. Beautifully executed. 4 runs, easy pickings. And the total trickles on to 32. Darsha looking good. 100% strike rate so far, 7 runs of 7 deliveries. That's outside the off stump. Yet again, punched, just passes, beats the man at short extra cover, but then Sivapalan in pursuit picks it up just inside the boundary line. Square on the offside, and the batsmen were 2 for a couple of runs. So that's good bit of fielding, good bit of commitment. Sampath has been the wicket taker so far for Sri Lanka. We watch it on the replay. Bit of footwork done. The outfield pretty slow, like I told you earlier, because of the overnight rain. Outside the off stump, lunges at it yet again. Gets the outside edge. We'll wait for the umpire signal. Did he get a touch to it? Yes, no, he didn't get a touch to it, so it goes as a bye. That's against the wicket keeper. 35 runs on the board for the Indian team. Watching it on the replay, he lunged at it outside the off stump. Good line and length. The wicket keeper not getting his gloves to back up that delivery that went past him. Good looking delivery there from Sunit Sampath. Bowling wicket to wicket in line with the stumps. That's the art. Bowl back of a length. Keep it wicket to wicket. That'll keep the Indian batters quiet, because these batters so far look very comfortable. Sri Lankan captain Sunit Sampath. Fuller in line and length, flicked off his pads to mid wicket, and it'll be fielded at deep square leg, and the batsman will get a couple of runs. I suppose the important thing that we've seen so far in this batting lineup, the way that Kaushal Singh, the opener, who's now batting on 12, and Darsha, the one-drop batter, on 9, doing the right thing in rotating strike. There again, a length delivery onto the back foot, punches it to wide of mid-off. The running between the wickets has been exquisite so far. The run rate now moving on to 9.504 completed overs. My co-host, Paulus, who did the pitch report and the toss, will be joining us at the end of this over to carry on the commentary while I take a little bit of a break. 4 extras have been conceded by the Sri Lankan cordon. Total 38 for 1. And remember, this game is being played pink ball cricket. It's called pink ball cricket. Of course, the shorter version, normally we see a lot of pink ball cricket being played in the one-day version of the game, especially in the United Kingdom. Right, Riyad Fauzi will continue. The right arm off spinner. Kaushal Singh on strike. Just a peep around the grounds. This is looking at where he could stroke. Look for gaps. Pick the gaps, push and run. Flighted outside the off stump. No worries at all. Lunges forward. Simply pushes it to short extra cover. This is very good batting, because the Indian batters are putting away anything loose, anything within their arc, and what they are doing though is they are punching anything down the ground firmly, and at the same time doing the honours by rotating the strike. Now this is very important in 20 over cricket. 39 for 1. Riyad Fauzi, the Sri Lankan Masters off spinner, in pursuit. The fine leg or the back of the point has been asked to come slightly squarer. Good length delivery there again. Beautifully played. Lot of top hand coming into it. pushed down the ground to deep extra cover, and as usual, the Indians are rotating the strike, which is good to see. If you're joining our live coverage here on sporty.lk, 40 for 1. This game is being played, holiday cricket as they call it, Colombo Masters versus Vijai Hawks, our visitors from Mother India. Now that's tossed up in the air for a while, but it will clear the fieldsman at square leg. 4 more. Oh, it's gone all the way. As umpire Sushil Gunasekara pointing towards the sky and saying that's a 6. Let's watch it on the replay. Tossed up, yes, back of a length. He played across the line, but the beauty is the ball taking the middle of the bat and sailing away for the first 6 of the day. 46 for 1. Kaushal Singh, the right-hander, 20 with 11 deliveries he has faced, looking very good indeed. Slice adjustment to the field. I think they are bringing the fine leg slightly squarer. There you can see it on your screens. And the square leg is also moving more towards mid-wicket. Good length, that again. Punch down the ground to short extra cover. They tried to rotate the strike, but good bit of fielding there from the Sri Lankan captain himself, having a smile at short extra cover. Suneth. Watch it on the replay. Punch down the ground very firmly, but the most important thing is he got to the ball very quickly and nearly threw down the stumps. Good bit of fielding. Oh, another opportunity gone a-begging. Caught and bowled opportunity gone a-begging. We'll watch it on the replay. Can tell you what, you need to take these chances, Riyad, because it's off your own bowling. You can't let things go a-begging. There we go. Flighted delivery. He lunges forward and then, closes the face of the bat straight into the hands of the bowler, and he dolly drops it. Next delivery. Now that's taken on the half volley and driven firmly. That's going down to the sweeper cover arena. Batsman will take a couple of runs. So that does mark the end of over number 5. 48 for 1. It's time for me to take a breather, and my co-commentator and old friend Paulus will be on air for the next 5 overs.
Thank you, Brian. It's great to be with you back in the box after quite some time. Well, for this game between Vijay Hawks and Colombo Masters, played at the SLRDC grounds. So Indian Hawks have got on to a good start. They got 48 for 1 of the first 5 overs. They see the bowling card. Sivapalan has been quite expensive, none for 14 of 1. Suneth Sampath, the wicket taker, 1 for 17 of 2. And now it's Kaushal Singh, 22, and Darshan Mahendra Darshan, he's on 10. So it's Prabhaja Wadana brought into the attack, and he'll be bowling to Mahendra Darshan. You see Prabhaja Wadana's statistics. He's played 20 matches. Best being 2 for 11, economy 5.53, that's a good economy rate, average of 18.25. So he must be wanting to bring this run rate down a bit. 48 runs, 5 overs, fairly decent start for the Indian Hawks. As Prabhaja Wadana going to bowl his first over. Well, this Indian team played a couple of practice games in Dambulla. They've really played 4 games in Dambulla. So that they divided into 2 teams and played as Vijay Whites and Vijay Warriors. They've had a good session there, and you can see them getting some good runs, 48 runs at the moment. The 5 overs they have batted. As Brian was talking to you in the first 5 overs, indicating how they were rotating the strike and giving their batters an opportunity to get on with the game. So you see the projected score with this run rate of 9.29 will be about 190 odd runs, which is going to be interesting. That's again pushed away on the offside in a single taken. Current run rate of 9.19 for the Indian Hawks, Vijay Hawks. Well, just to go through those matches which they played in Dambulla. The first game was a T20 game where Vijay Warriors got 135 for 9 in 20 overs. Santosh Kumar 61 and Chavan Raju got 25. Rai 11, their captain, was right throughout with the wickets. He got 4 for 22, and Vijay White's 139 for 1 in 12.1 overs. Sudeep Yashwant got 95. He was a batsman who was dismissed this morning, and Rai 11 was 29 not out. So it was a victory for Vijay Whites by 9 wickets. Then the second game, another T20 game, which played in Dambulla, which was washed out. Vijay Whites deciding to bat first. They were 144 for 6 in 16 overs when rain came down and the match was abandoned with a no decision. Then the third game the following day, that was just yesterday, they played a game, third game, a 30-over game. As we see, Prabhaja Wadana, that one nicely played on the offside, and they go through for a single. Good bit of batting, good bit of running between by these two batsmen, keeping the scoreboard rotating. Well, Vijay Whites in that game got 300 for 6 in their 30 overs. That was a huge total. Gushan Singh was the batter who is there in the centre. He got 71. Pankaj got 67. Rai 11, the captain, got 48. Malik Sachin 35. And there were 37 extras, most of them being wides. Kumar Prajesh got 2 for 44. Kumar Prajesh, another good all-rounder. Then Vijay Warriors, in their innings, they were 230 for 8 in their 30 overs. Prajesh got 84. Chawan Abhishek 41. Naik Rajesh 30. Captain Rai 11 got 5 for 63. So that looks like a small injury there. Hit uppishly. He went in for it. Dropped a bit short. A run-out opportunity was clearly there. It was too slow. So that's another chance gone up again for the Colombo Masters. They got to improve on those things very particularly. Vijay Hawks 52 for 1 were in the 6th over of this innings. Remember, this is a T20 game played with the pink ball. Normally T20s are played with white ball, but yeah, today the Vijay Hawks are deciding to play with the pink ball, for which the Colombo Masters also have agreed. So what projected score, you see 178 runs. Prabhat Jawardhan, a fairly decent over up to now, just 4 singles. In the form of T20 cricket, it's a fairly decent over. Bowling the last delivery of his first over. Oh, that's a good delivery. Got the inside edge, goes down towards fine leg. Just a single taken. So that's the end of that over. So 53 on the board. There you see the scoreboard, 53 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket after 6 overs. There we see Anura. We're going to pull her down. Our scorer doing the scoring job there. And Isru Uday Kumara is with us, handling the live web system. And just to remind you also, these live pictures are brought to you by Sporty.lk. We're brought right throughout this tour of the Vijay Hawks and team. They brought live pictures to your doorstep right throughout this tournament. And they have also done wonderful sessions for various other games of cricket. So 53 on the board after 6 overs. Prabhat Jawardhan, who 5 runs given away in his first over. Fairly decent over that was. Kaushal Singh on 24 of 16 and Darshan on 13 of 14 deliveries. So we talk about that game, the third game, where Vijay Warriors were 230 for 8. Kumar Brajesh got 84. As I said, he was a top quality all-rounder. Abhishek Chow on 41 and Naik Rajesh 30. Rai 11, their captain, got 5 for 63. He was very much among the wickets right throughout those games. And then the fourth game was a T10 game, which had to be cut short for 9 overs. Vijay Warriors getting 99 for 3 with Swapnil 34, Santosh Kumar 28, Kumar Brajesh again with 20, Vishant getting 1 for 4, and Vijay Whites ended up with 97 for 5 in 9 overs. Kaushal Singh 34 and Samir Naik 23. So Vijay Warriors winning that game by just 2 runs. So those were the games played in Dambulla, and now they've come back to Colombo. After 2 interesting games yesterday, they are playing today in Colombo, where they have got a good start, 55 for 1 after just 6 overs, 6.2 overs. Pujita Uduwana, a familiar name in Sri Lanka, Pujita Uduwana, owns a cricket ground on his own at Pusa. What a wonderful ground that he is. So he's bowling for Colombo Masters, right arm leg spinner, lot of experience, and well, if anyone has not visited that ground, you definitely got to go and see that ground. And what a beautiful ground that is. That's nicely played by Darshan. Beats the extra cover fielder. Goes down towards the boundary. Gets a single. Taking the score on to 57. So 56 on the board, sorry. Correction there. 56 for 1. So projected score at this stage is 172. Current run rate of 8.62. Pujita Uduwana bowling his first over. 3 runs considered in the 3 deliveries he has bowled. Kaushal Singh on 24, Mahendra Darshan on 16. Well, there could be a little bit of turn later in the day because there are some uneven spots and giving uneven bounce to the wicket. But they can, if that breaks through, then the spinners will have a lot of assistance in this wicket. But of course, remember, this is just a T20 game. The wear and tear of the wicket will be not that much. That's a good delivery by Uduwana. Really beat the batsman outside the off stump. You see him, Pujita Uduwana. As I mentioned earlier, the owner of the Pusa cricket grounds. Wonderful ground that is. It's Uduwana bowling to Kaushal Singh, left arm, orthodox. Turned a bit, cut away nicely, beating the fielder. The ball is going towards the boundary. Yes, it is. 4 more runs to the total. Takes the score on to 60. Kaushal Singh moves on to 29 of 19 deliveries. So 7 overs gone. Vijay Hawks are 70 for 1. Sorry, 60 for 1 after 7 overs. There I see the batting card. Kaushal Singh are not out on 28. He's 28 coming off 19 deliveries with 2 boundaries and a 6. Sudeep Yashwant was out for 12, caught by Pujita Uduwana of Sunit Sampath. And Mahendra Darshan not out on 16, and 16 coming off 17 deliveries with 1 boundary. So 7 overs gone, 60 on the board. Fairly decent total for the Vijay Hawks. Might be definitely wanting to improve on this when time goes on. Well, they keep their wickets intact by rotating the strike and keeping the scoreboard moving. So it's the 8th over going to be bowled by Prabhat Jawardena. Prabhat Jawardena bowled a very good over. The previous one just gave 5 runs and it's over. So he'll be bowling to Mahendra Darshan, who is on 16. Well, we thought the outfield might be a bit slow, but it doesn't seem so. But the ball is traveling along the ground. But if you hit it up, then we might see, some soggy spots and the ball might get stuck there. So here's Prabhaja Vodana. Fuller delivery worked away nicely towards the square leg, but there is a fielder deep down on the boundary, just a single. So Darshani moves on to 17, taking the score on to 61. Kaushal Singh, right-hander, he's on 28. He was among the runs in Damolla. Played some very good innings for Vijay Whites. Prabhaja Vodana. 61 for 1. Vijay Hawks. They were put into bat after Colombo Masters won the toss and put Vijay Hawks into bat. There you see swept away. Ball pitched outside the off-stump. He took it well and put it into the square leg boundary. There was a fielder there, just a single. Kaushal Singh with that single moves on to 29 and the score moves on to 62. All interesting, these two batters trying to get a run every ball. That's what is needed in this type of cricket. Rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking, get the runs on the board, put pressure on the opponents. That's another good delivery this time by Prabhaja Vodana. Prabhaja Vodana's statistics we saw earlier, his economy rate was 5.13. So he's been keeping things tight. The first over he bowled for just 5 runs. Coming back in the second, just 2 singles given in the 3 deliveries he has bowled in this over. Another good delivery hit uppishly, but this time there is a fielder there again in the square leg boundary, just a single. Well, we saw the Indian batters getting a couple of boundaries earlier on, but those boundaries have been cut down now. And they're trying to curtail the run rate, which has been brought down to 8.22. There you see the projected score with this run rate is 164. That's a fuller delivery driven firmly this time. Beats the fielder. As I was talking about, the boundary's been cut down. There you see a good boundary by Kaushal Singh. He moves on to 33 and the score moves on to 67. There you see a full toss taken on the full, driven firmly, beating the extra cover fielder, and no chance for the sweeper cover there, who's trying to cut round that, taking the score on to 67. Prabhaja Vodana given away 7 runs in this over. Up to now, 1 more delivery remaining in this 8th over of the innings. I think Vijay Hawks might be pretty happy at this stage with their runs maintaining a run rate above 8 per over, 67 on the board. That's nicely worked away on the onside. A bit of misfeel, but batters were not able to get a single, so score remains at 67. 8 overs gone. It's 67 for 1. Singh on 33, Darshan on 18. There you see the bowling card. As I said earlier, Savapalan was expensive, none for 14. Sunat Sampat, the wicket taker, 1 for 17 of 2. Riyad Fauzi, none for 16 of 2. Prabhaja Vodana, none for 12 of 2. And Uduwana, none for 7 of 1. So, Pujita Uduwana going to continue and follow wickets. The first wicket fell at 19. 4 extras up to now. 67 on the board after 8 overs. Well, 12 overs remaining in this innings as this is a T20 game. So Uduwana going to continue. Kaushal Singh, definitely we saw him in Damolla. He can hit the ball hard. So I say this is Darshan on strike. Facing to Uduwana, nicely played outside the off-stump, stroked away nicely towards the extra cover boundary. There is a sweeper cover right down on the boundary, just a single. Taking the score on to 68. This brings Kaushal Singh on strike. Reassuring his guard is correct. Kaushal Singh really can hit the ball hard. We saw him in Damolla getting some useful runs. Down the leg side, trying to sweep it, didn't get hold of it. Good bit of work there by the wicket keeper, cutting short runs. So 68 on the board still. Uduana trying to toss it up a bit, inviting the batsman to come down the wicket and meet him. There you see, tossed up again, driven firmly but didn't get hold again. Uduana does the fielding himself. Vijai Hawks, 68 for 1 after 8.3 overs. All this ground looks beautiful. That hit uppishly past the extra cover fielder. That's gone to the boundaries. No, it's fielded there, of course, fielded at extra cover. No run there, good bit of fielding. So 68 on the board still. That's to do one again. This one a little bit of a quicker delivery, pushed off the back foot. Gets a single this time. Good bit of bowling by Pujito Uduana this over, just 2 runs given. Curtailing the runs for the Indian Vijai Hawks. All these Indian boys definitely would have enjoyed their stay in Sri Lanka, the beautiful country Sri Lanka. We've gone down to Double, a tourist destination, visiting Sigiriya. So there again, Uduana, the last delivery. Tossed up one, driven firmly by Darshana, but there is a field at deep mid-on. Gets a single, so that's the end of that over. 9 overs gone, 70 for 1, Vijai Hawks, after being put into bat by Colombo Masters. Well, you see the current run rate brought down to 7.78. They see the batting card, the partnerships. Singh and Sundeep had 19 for the first wicket, and now this pair has put on 51 runs, so a half-century partnership between these two batters. They have batted very sensibly, keeping their wickets intact to go on the attack. Most probably, if they have lost only 1 wicket when they reach the 13th over or so, they will definitely decide to go on the attack. So it's Prabhat Chawadana going to bowl his 3rd over. As you heard earlier, Brian mentioning how tactfully they were handling, rotating the strike. That's nicely played. That's going towards the fine leg boundary. Yes, it is. 4 more runs to Darshan. He moves on to 24 and the score moves on to 74. So first delivery, a poor delivery down the leg side by Prabhat Chawadana. Darshan watching it very carefully. Hoisted it nicely towards the fine leg boundary. So 4 more runs to the total, taking it on to 74. And they want to bring that run rate, maintain that run rate above 8 per over, so that they will get a total of around 160 in their 20 overs. Definitely, if they keep their wickets intact, rotate the strike well, and they're definitely going to go more than 160 because they have 9 wickets intact at the moment. So if they are keeping their wickets intact by the 13th to the 15th over, then the final 5 overs, they're definitely going to be going on the attack. So Chawadana, what the Sri Lankan Masters, that's a fuller delivery, pitched away, nicely played, but very good fielding there at the extra cover position. That was a good bit of fielding there, and no run taken. 74 for 1 run to Darshan, 75 for 1. There, see, that was a full toss, hit uppishly, but dropped well short of the fielder, but good bit of fielding there. 75 on the board. Chawadana, normally a good line and length bowler. 2 poor deliveries in this over up to now. 1 down the leg side, the other one a fuller delivery, full toss basically, driven into the hands of the extra cover fielder. That's a better delivery, fuller delivery this time, pushed away towards the mid-on, gets a single, taking the score on to 76. Singh goes on to 35. He's got that 35 runs of 27 deliveries, whereas Darshan got 25 of 24 deliveries. So both two these batters have got 100% run rate, strike rate. So that's pretty good for the Vijai Hawks team. The projected score at this stage is 160. It's Jawardhan again. That's wide outside the off stump. Nicely played, but there is a fielder there. The batters cross over for a single, taking the score on to 77. Well, as I was telling earlier, it was wonderful to join Brian Thomas in the commentary box after a very long time. A wonderful person, no doubt about it. Given us valuable tips to be in the commentary box. Well, thank you very much, Brian, for all those. And he'll be taking over after the 10th over. He'll be starting from the 11th over again. It's another good delivery by Prabhat Jawardhan. Prabhat Jawardhan bowling his third over. 19 runs. Not a bad spell from Prabhat Jawardhan, but might have wanted to do better. That's short and nicely played. That's beat the fielder. That seemed to be going, but there is a deep. Oh, again, it's gone to the boundary. Misfielded. So 4 more runs, taking the score on to 81. So 10 overs gone. Vijay Hawks might be pretty happy after the first half of this innings. They got 81 for 1. As Brian Thomas will continue the commentary now.
Thank you very much indeed, Paulos. You can see at the end of 10 overs, on hindsight, I think Vijay Hawks are sitting pretty. 81 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. The most important thing is they kept their wickets intact. You can see on your screens that Kaushal Singh, 39 of 29 deliveries with 4 boundaries and a 6. And also Darshan Vithal, who in fact batted at number 3, has got to 26 of 25 deliveries. Beautiful strike rate as well by both this right and left hand combination. But credit must be given to the Sri Lankan wicketkeeper, conceded only 4 runs so far. Here's the bowling card. Sivapalan expensive, like what Paulus made mention, only 2 dots, but he gave away 14 runs in his first over. Sunet Sampath, the wicket taker, 17 runs conceded, taken 1 wicket. And Riyad Fawzal should have had the second wicket. He in fact let a catch off his palm, caught and bowl opportunity, but then he's bowled 2 overs, given away 16 runs. Prabhat Jayawardene looked impressive though. 3 overs for 23 runs. But Pujito Uduvana so far has bowled 6 dot deliveries, given away 10 runs, and his economy rate is 5.0. So if you're joining sporty.lk on our live coverage as I bring the scorecard back again to you, this partnership looks pretty healthy. 62 in 51 deliveries. And Mahendraka Darshana Vittal at the wickets, batting at number 3, looking good on 26. And the opener in Gusain Kushal, been very, very severe on any loose delivery on offer. The rest of the batting card, Kumar Parajesh, Javan Raju, also there to bat. We'll come back to the scorecard, the batting card again later. Prabhat Jayawardene bowled 3 overs, 23. He's been economical, but the projected score of 162 here looks slightly par. I'm sure the Indian team, that's Vijay Hawks, our visitors, will be looking for. Oh, that's a beautiful, beautiful creature in Sri Lanka. You see that very often, everywhere in most of the venues. This is why we always say that Sri Lanka is a wonderful place for tourists. And we've seen, the Indian team, I was told, also visited the Sigiriya fortress during their visit to Dambulla. And here is some more for your viewing pleasure. The fishermen in their, I would say, little boats. All part and parcel of the culture that Sri Lanka basically enjoys, relishes the golden era of the past. Right, drinks have been taken out of the field as we welcome you once again to our venue at Kirimandala Mawatha. The name of this ground is SLLDC, We've been very thankful to the weather gods for keeping calm today. We've been able to see some good cricket being played so far. Guzain Kaushal Singh, the Indian opener, is on 39. The one-drop batter in Mahendraka Darsha Vital on 25. Right, play just about to get underway. The 11th over coming up. Wicket keeper is in place. And it's a left arm spin of Pujita. Is it Pujita Gunawardena? Yes, it's Pujita Gunawardena. 12 matches. He seems to be a wicket taker though. Best bowling figures of 3 for 55 as you see on the screen. Economy rate of 6.56 at this age. And in this day and age, in 20 over cricket is very good. We'll have a look at the field once our cameras pan into it. Remember this pink ball cricket. Oh, he bowls right arm. Try foot short of length. Lunges forward though. Closes the face of the bat and the batsman will take a single. Good rotation of strike. I mean, my co-host, Paulus, and I have been talking about rotation of strike right through our commentary. And what an important part that plays in 2020 cricket. And we saw that as an exhibition in the ongoing IPL tournament being played in India. Pujita Gunawardena being brought in for the first time. Bowls right arm, orthodox spin. He's got a man at deep back at a point. Now this is the onside field. You can see a square leg and a mid wicket as well. Gunawardena. Gave himself some room. That ball was tri-foot short of length. Punched it towards a short extra cover. And the batsmen have no problem in tossing over for a single. We've kept stating the feature of these two batters, the left-hand, right-hand combination. I know in modern-day cricket, bowling to a left-hand, right-hand combination could be much more challenging because you've got to keep, adjusting your length. And it applies to all forms of cricket, be it national or even domestic. Very well bowled indeed, sir. A bit of misfail. Now, the captain himself, the guilty man, and that does permit the batters. Very lucky that they did not take the single there, but there was a single in the offing because of that midfield. Gunawardena coming round the wicket. Pujita. Yet again, back of a length delivery opens the face on that occasion as Mahendraka, the left-hander, punches it towards back of the point, playing it with soft hands, moves on to 40 as the total trickles along to 84 for the loss of 1 wicket. We are into over number 11 here at Kirimandala Mawatha, where we are bringing you this telecast live for your exclusive viewership. Gunawardena. Right arm. Over the wickets. Oh, that's played rather uppishly in the air for a while, but it's cleared the mid-wicket fence and the umpire puts up his hands towards the sky, signalling a 6. That was beautifully picked. We'll watch it on the replay. There it comes. That was back of a length. He got to the pitch of the ball, opened the face of the bat beautifully and stuck it so very firmly to mid-wicket for 6. So these are signs that India is now opening their shoulders. And this is not a good sign for the Sri Lankan bowlers. They need to keep it tight. Already Pujita has conceded 9 runs in this over. As Kaushal Singh outside the off stump gave him room, waits for it and back cuts it very firmly. But there is a fielder at deep extra cover and rotation of strike as predicted is just 1 run. So 91 runs for the loss of 1 wicket in 11 overs. The projected score according to our calculations is 165. But with both openers intact and the current run rate on 8.27, I reckon on hindsight, the Indian visitors, that's Vijay Hawks, a marine company from India might be looking at even the possibilities of getting very close to the 200 mark, and that could be extremely competitive. But as we all know, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Anything could turn. A few wickets here can change the game. On your screens, you can see the score of Kaushal Singh, 47 of 32 delivered, the opener, and Manjureka batting at as number 3 at the non-strikers end now is on 28. Sri Lanka captain Suneth Sampath bringing himself on. Yes, having a few adjustments to the field. We'll have a look at the field once our cameras pan to it. In he goes. Tries to punch it down the ground. Came down the ground, and I think Sampath was smart enough, just held it back slightly. The batter was only able to just push at it. Good thinking by the bowler when he saw Singh dancing down the ground to hold it back. Outside the off stump yet again, waits for it, opens the face, runs it down with soft hands to the man at short extra cover, and the batsman will take an easy single. So Kaushal Singh moves on to 48 in 34 deliveries. Sampath is bowling his third over. He's given away 18 runs, but certainly he did have the wicket of an Indian opener. Left hand, right hand combination for India. Played rather uppishly, but in the gap, and it's running towards deep extra cover. The batsmen have taken one. Will they come for the second? The throw coming to the bowler's end, and they are home safely. These Indian batters, so far what we've seen on display today, is they've got a plan. They know for certain that the wicket is slightly taggy. That's what Paulus very correctly said in the morning. I think he was spot on when he said the pitch could be slightly taggy. But then they are playing, throwing caution to the wind. That's outside the off stump. That's a wild swing. Now, these are areas that Sri Lanka might try to extract, get the batter to drive square on the offside, bowl that fourth stump line. Mahendra Gar has taken on the half volley, played rather uppishly, and another catch goes up begging. That should have been taken at deep extra cover. There we go. So Sri Lanka just butterfingering a couple of catches here. And, well, high fives. No fielder wants to drop a catch. You can just see it on the half volley, rather uppishly. Not an easy grab, but he gave it all. Sadly for him, it went a begging. 95 for 1. We are into over number 12. Suneth Sampath has given away just 4 runs in this over. So he's brought his team back to a great extent and making 100% sure that he keeps it this way. You know, getting a tagged line and length and getting the batters to play at him. That's the most important thing. Beautiful camera work here in this coverage. Here is Suneth Sampath, taken on the half volley yet again, plays it very firmly but back to the bowler, and Sampath does the cleaning up job, diving on to his left. This marks the end of over number 12, 95 for 1. Once again, we extend to all our viewers a warm welcome to Sporty.lk, where we bring you cricket that matters, and this is holiday cricket. Like I made mention, Colombo Masters in pursuit against Vijai Hawks from India were here on tour, and that's the scorecard. Kaushal Singh opening the batting on 48, good strike rate of 137.4. He's faced 35 deliveries, and the one drop batter, Darsha Vitol, at the wickets, 31 of 31 deliveries. A change of bat, I reckon. Someone walking out of the field, as you can see it on your screens. Yes, it's one of the Indian subs taking another bat to one of the batters. Could be a long handle because so far 95 for 1. I reckon in 8 overs, the Indian team could look at the strong possibility of opening their shoulders, taking more risks, and going for some big hits, try and get close to an above par score of 200. Let's wait and see how it projects. So far, the projected score, according to our calculations and on our screen, does show 158. Right, we are ready to go. The left-hander, Darsha Vijai, is on strike. Gunawardena, the bowler for Sri Lanka Masters, to bowl his second over. Pretty expensive though in the first over. Gave away 10 runs. Let's see what he can do. Just bowl right arm gentle off spin. In he goes down the wicket. Outside the off stump, gave the batsman width and the room. It's punched down, square on the offside. Punched away very firmly. A lot of bottom hand coming into that stroke. And 4 more runs to the total. India, Vijay Hawks from India are on a roll here. They've done very well not to lose wickets, but to rotate the strike. Anything loose on offer, they've gone after it. Excellent approach. An approach that has to be admired. Das Vijay on 35. Looking good. 99 for 1. This looks exciting. Gunawardena. Short again, waits for it, but this time opens the face of the bat. Gently nudges it towards back of the point, deep back of the point. Gets himself a single, and that's the 100 up for India. 12.2 overs, 100 runs. Remember, this is a 20-over game played with pink ball cricket. Pink ball, I'm sorry. It's called pink ball cricket, basically. Gunawardena has already conceded 5 runs in his 2 balls in this particular over. Try to keep it tight is what his captain will be telling him. Kushal Singh on 48, just a couple of runs away from a well-deserved 50. Looked very composed here. Outside the off stump, you're giving the batsman enough room to punch you down the ground, and that he got on the back foot, opened the face of the bat and punched it very firmly. But there was cover, a deep extra cover. So Pujitha conceded only 1 run. He tried to keep it stump to stump, and that's the way to go about it. If you give room to the batters to exploit outside the off stump with this taggy pitch on offer, they will have no problems at all. That's a better length, but it's been played rather uppishly, but to the vacant short mid-on arena. Get themselves a single. So runs coming thick and fast. 102 for the loss of 1 wicket so far. Now Kaushal Singh, the opener, just 1 run away from a well-deserved 50. Gunawardena considered a boundary in this over. Let's see whether he can keep this batter quiet. Outside the off stump, same mistake again, giving the batter enough room for him to punch down the ground. He will raise his bat up for a fantastic 50 that he has made for his team in 37 deliveries. Better than a runner ball is his equation, and he's looked very composed. That's the beauty of it. Gunawardena has conceded 8 runs so far in his second over. That's in line with the stumps. There again, punch down the ground. Beautiful execution, but then of course the outfield was a little bit sloppy. The ball doesn't carry to the boundary and the batsmen have gone through for a couple of runs. So at the end of over number 13, 105 for the loss of 1 wicket. Mahendra Das Vijay on 39 of 35 deliveries. Kaushal Singh got to his 15, 37 deliveries. In all honesty, I think the dressing room, if you take the dressing room of both teams, the visitors will be happier. That's the scorecard on your screen. Sudip Yashwat looked very promising, but was caught brilliantly by Pujitha Udavana at first slip of Sumit Sampath, the Sri Lankan Masters captain for 5. at a strike rate of 200. He looked very dangerous. But this pair of both Darshan Vitol and Kushal Singh have really got a great partnership going. And this has really put a lot of pressure on the Sri Lankan bowlers. It will be very interesting as to whether we'll have a bowling change now. Wait and see. No, it's Gunawardena. I mean, you can just see his figures. He's bowled it's Sujan Rodrigo. So as anticipated, a bowling change. A new bowler brought into the attack. Sri Lanka Masters will have to think of different plans. I think the most important plan is bowl wicket to wicket. Don't give the batsman any room. Ensure they play at every delivery. Sujan Rodrigo had a super bowling figure of 3 for 6 runs in one of the games he's played before. He's taken 10 wickets in 12 innings. Could be a handful if he gets it right. Let's see what he does. Right arm. Just the leg spinner. In he comes in bowls. Oh, that's taken on the half volley. Hiked over the head of the man at deep mid-off for another 6. This is very good batting by Kushal Singh. Didn't wait to see what the bowler is doing in the very first ball. Watch it on your replay. He tried to bowl it above the eye line. He took it on the half volley. Went through with the stroke. Glorious 6. Great to watch. Who's on to 56. Now it's Nelson's 111 for 1. Rodrigo, that's a better delivery, kept a little bit low outside the off stump. Now you can see the rapid off strokes coming in from the Indians. Try to play the traditional reverse sweep, which is very popular in one-day format these days. And he comes in bowls. Outside the off stump, again punched down the ground, uppishly, but over the fieldsman's head at long on for another 6. Now that was a rank hop delivery, short, giving the batter, as you can watch it on your replay, enough time for him to move on the back foot and punch it over the fieldsman at long on for another 6. So runs coming thick and fast here. 117 for 1, 13.3 overs. Kushal Singh. Here is Sujan Rodrigo. Again another full toss. The first full toss he made use of. Punch down the ground, obviously taken on the full. Towards wide of mid-on. Batsman will go for a single. Umpire Patirana, a former test umpire, indicating to the bowler that he's got 2 more deliveries to go on this over, in this particular over. We all remember Mr. Patirana, D.N. Patirana, fantastic club umpire, went on to umpire test matches as well. The next delivery flighted, turning into the pads, tries to work it down the onside, beaten in the air a little while, just wrapped him on the pad. So great to see a dot delivery coming after two massive sixes were scored in this over. Sujan has been expensive, 13 runs already, with 1 more legal delivery left. Outside the off stump, again taken on the half volley and driven towards deep extra cover for a 6. So for a 4. Enough and more room given outside the off stump, and the Indian batters have absolutely no problem. They are taking toll of every given opportunity. Watch it on your replays. Outside the off stump, enough and more width for the batsman to open his arms and play square of the wicket for 4 more. 122 for the loss of 1 wicket. We're into over number 14. I'll be with you for the next over, and then of course Paulus will be very excited, I think, coming on to give the 16th over, because things are getting hot out in the centre, and he'll be in the com box for the last 5 overs of the Indian approach. Kumar Pradesh, the next batter in, with Kushal Singh on 63 and Das Vitol on 43. The Indians have really taken the Sri Lankan bowling apart with their 103-run partnership in 75 deliveries, mind you. And this is very good going between the right hand, left hand combination. Let's see what Sunith will do. He's brought back Pujita Udavana, who's bowled 2 overs, conceded 10 runs. He needs to tighten things up now. This is the time in white ball cricket. when the batting side has lots of batters in the hutch, tend to open their shoulders. Left arm around the stumps, flighted but on the leg stump, picked away and then swept towards deep square leg for an easy single. Pujitha Udavana looks a very competent left arm orthodox spinner. Has a beautiful loop, as you can see it on your screens. Loops it, but then not in the right area. He just sort of bowled it at the pads of the batter, who was able to sort of fetch him to square leg for a single. 123 for 114.1 overs. Udavana, Pujitha Udavana, bowling his third over. And this time to the left-hander. Outside the off stump yet again. The Indians have no problem at all picking the Sri Lankan spinners, because what they're doing is the cardinal error of giving too much room outside that off stump. They've got to try and bowl it quicker, bowl it at an angle, loop the ball, try and beat the eye line of the batter, which they have failed to do. So runs have been coming thick and fast, and this particular pitch, which has a little bit of grip for the spinners, I think the Sri Lankan spinners have not made use of it, but there's a slip in place. Man in catching position. 12 runs so far in his over. The bowler stops, walks back very slowly to the top of his bowling mark. Udavana has just conceived 2 runs so far in the 3 deliveries he bowled. Can he keep the Indian quiet? In he comes, outside the off stump yet again, plenty of room given, punch down the ground, square on the offside, and I'm sure the Indian batters will go through for a couple of runs. Running between the wickets has been exquisite, in all honesty. 126 for one wicket, current run rate 8.59. Pujitha Udavana, the left arm orthodox spinner, for Sri Lankan masters in pursuit, but they are again making cardinal mistakes. Now let's see what happened there. And of course he's gone. We went off screen for a while. Let's have a look at the replay. And Sri Lanka get the vital breakthrough with the score on 126. And Kushal Singh's excellent innings of 66 comes to an end. We'll come back with that dismissal on the replay. As Kushal Singh walks back to the hutch. Yeah, you watch it. Good delivery. Looped in the air. He tries to have a wild swing at it. The ball gets the outside edge, straight into the safe hands of the slip fielder, as Kushal Singh take a bouncer. 66 runs in 45 deliveries with 4 boundaries, 6 sixers, strike rate of 146.67. Exquisite batting by the visiting opener. 126 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in 14.4 overs. Now we'll see whether it's Bal Raj who's coming into bat. I guess he will, to join Mahendra Dash Vitol or Darsha Vitol. I'm sorry, we are having a few tongue twisters here in the com box with the names. But I'm sure we'll soon get used to their names. Pujitha Udavana, the successful bowler. As the next batter walks in gently, lots of responsibilities in his hand, because he's got now, it's Swam Pill, changing the batting order. Swapinil, Goan Swapinil walking in, out to the centre to face the last ball of Udavana's successful third over. He's been economical, no doubt, just given away 14 runs. Been the best bowler so far because he has the loop and tends to deceive the batters in the air. Raj, his teammate, having a chat with him. I'm sure Sri Lanka would want to try and protect many runs as possible. Projected score on our screens is 170, but I think they will be disappointed if they don't get close to 180 to 190. Right, here we go. The last delivery coming up. Try foot short of length, waits for it, opens the face, pushes it firmly to dip back at a point for a single. So that does mark the end of a successful over. 127 for the loss of 2 wickets. A change in voices as I take a bit of a breather. It is my close friend and fellow commentator, Paulus, who will see you through to the next 5 overs for the end of the Indian innings.
Thank you, Brian. It's 127 for 2 after 15 overs. Pochithuduvanadi did have a good over that time. Just gave away 4 runs and got the wicket of Gurshal Singh, which was a very needed breakthrough. So 15 overs gone. Vijay Hawks very much on top of the game. Well, the two umpires umpiring, officiating this game is D.N. Patrana and Cecil Gunasekara. They've done a wonderful job at the centre. Also, it will be interesting to see what the Colombo Masters' plan will be for the next 5 overs, which is going to be crucial. They got to curtail much as possible. Runs hit up Peshley. That was Swapnil. Swapnil, a new batter who came in just after the fall of the wicket of Gurshal Singh. 107-run partnership for the second wicket between Singh and Darshan. Darshan is on 44. He's been playing a very good innings. Raj Prasad, the new bowler, there you see 11 matches, 1 for 30 in his best, economy of 6.17, average of 44.75. But what is important here is the economy rate. If he can curtail the Vijay Hawks batters to that economy rate, he must have done a good job, definitely. While the projected score is 169, but in Vijay Hawks definitely want to get much more than that. As Raj Prasad, the next delivery wide outside the off stump, could be called wide. Yes, it is. The IC umpire D.N. Patrana signaling wide. That was going outside that line. The mark line normally for one day and T20 internationals, you have a line marked there for the to be easy for the umpires, and that's outside the off stump again. Nicely played, but there is a sweeper cover fielder right down on the boundary, just a single. All what the Sri Lankan Colombo Masters want to do at this stage is to curtail runs as much as possible. Well, the Indian Vijay Hawks definitely very much in command, 130 for 2. The most important thing at this stage is they've just lost only 2 wickets, so they have 8 batters to come. There you see, goes for a big swing, and that's going down, but that's where I said if you hit it up, the ball will get stuck. There you see the ball just stuck there in the ground, the soggy outfield, and just good bit of running between by these 2 batters. They managed to get 3 runs, taking the score to 133. Well, if you go up, then you see the ball. There you see just stopping there. Well, if in this ground, the soggy outfield a bit, so it's Swapnil and Darshan. This Darshan who is on strike pushes it towards extra cover. No run there. So that's good bit of bowling by Raj Prasad. He's given away 6 runs up to now in this over. Well, Vijay Hawks definitely must be wanting to see a total of around 190. The way things are going on right now. That's put away nicely by Darshan. That's going over the fine leg fielder side towards the boundary. 4 more runs. That was Pochithuduvanadi there. Couldn't stop it. 4 more runs to Darshan. He moves on to 49. He has played very well indeed, keeping things intact for the Vijay Hawks. 49 runs coming off 41 deliveries. Well, there you see Raj Prasad going straying down the line, going down the leg side, and Darshan nicely assisted with the pace of the ball, put it away over fine leg into the boundary for 4. So 10 runs given in this over by Raj Prasad up to now. Vijay Hawks definitely must be wanting more than that. As flighted again this time. Good delivery, and that could be his 50. Yes, it's Darshan getting that single. So he moves on to his 50, a half century, well-deserved half century. He really played well. And Vijay Hawks 138 for 2 after 16 overs. There you see Darshan with all 50 of 42 42 deliveries with 5 fours, a strike rate of 119.05. So wonderful innings by him. He partnered Gurshal Singh for 107-run partnership for the second wicket. And now you see the projected score slightly going up, 173. While 4 overs remaining, definitely they want to see that scoreboard reaching 200. That must be their target. You see the batting card, Kaushal Singh. Was the batter out last? So 138 for 2. There you see once again the batting card. Kaushal Singh was 66. That's bowled him. That's the end of Darshan after getting his half century. Udwana strikes again. He gets his second wicket. That was a good delivery. That one turned a bit. And Darshan going off the backward, trying to push it away on the offside. Missed it completely and rattled the stump. So that's a second wicket to Udwana. And Vijay Hawks losing their third wicket at 138. Darshan being bowled by Udwana for exactly 50. You see the replay of that. There was some amount of turn by Udwana tossing that ball up. Darshan going off the back foot, trying to work it away on the offside. Missed it completely, missed the line completely. And the ball hit the middle stump. So, end of Darshan. The two on-form batsmen both sent into the pavilion. That's what the Colombo Masters wanted, actually. They wanted to get rid of those two batters and bring in the new batters into... So it's going to be, once again, they got to start again. Malik Sachin also can hit the ball hard. We saw him in Dambulla getting quite a bit of runs. These two batters also can keep the scoreboard moving. And that's exactly what Vijay Hawks want. And they have shuffled their batting order a bit. Swapnil coming in at number 4. And Sachin coming in at number 5. There you see... got 49 runs, highest being 35, 24.50 the average. There you see the strike rate. This is what I was saying. He can hit the ball hard, 148.48. So that's Malik Sachin, very stylish player. You can see him if he gets some runs. Beautiful player to watch. As Udwana bowls that one. That's nicely worked away off the very first delivery down the leg side. Batsman looking for the second, but they're happy with one. So Sachin gets off the mark in the very first delivery, taking the score on to 139. 139 for 3. Vijay Hawks, after being put into bat, they must be really happy with this total, but they want to increase this run rate and get up to about 200. The target must be 200. Of course, if you set your target at 200, you can end up with something like 185, 190. That would be good enough for them. After being asked to bat, that's a full toss, hit straight down the ground. That's going towards the boundary. 4 runs to Swapnil this time. Well, Swapnil also has been among the runs, so he's also in form and gets that boundary. He moves on to 9 or 4 deliveries. Coming down the wicket and meeting, taking it full and hitting it straight over the bowler's head. Good shot. Value for the shot is to get, you got the value for the shot and 4 runs to him. Takes his score on to 143. Udwana 2 for 20. His bowling figures now. Got the important rats again coming down the wicket, and this time seems to be over the rope. There's Swapnil going after the bowling. This is what I said. They will definitely have their wickets intact, and the last 5 overs, they're definitely going to go after the bowling, and Swapnil hits it over mid-wicket. That's a wonderful shot and gone over the rope with ease. So that takes the score on to 149. Last 2 deliveries producing 10 runs. Definitely Swapnil is going to go after Udwana. And Udwana cannot throw that ball up. He got to be more flatter and try to get turn off the wicket. Well, he is a player who had played a lot of cricket. Has to put his thinking hat now. I have to think about how I can trap this batter. He's coming down the wicket to meet me. That I said, he went flat this time, but too short. Gives time for Swapnil to get off the back foot and pull it, gets a run. So 150 on the board. 12 runs in this over, coming off the Udwana over. But of course, that's what Indians, the Vijay Hawks are going to do. They're going to go after the bowling in this remaining 4.1 overs. 150 on the board with for 2 wickets, or for 3 wickets it should be, but the scoreboard is showing just 2 wickets. It should be 3 wickets. This time hit uppishly. This time it's Sachin. Fielder getting underneath it, drops it. Just 2 runs, just a single been taken that time. They must have been ball watching. They could have gone for 2 easily. They could have got the second, but Sachin expected the fielder to get hold of it, but a good attempt there. Watched it very carefully. Could have taken it, but unfortunately dropped it. So it's 151 for 3 after 17. There you see the batting card. Kaushal Singh 66, Sudeep Yashwant 12, Darshan Vittal was out for 50. He was the last batsman to get out. Swapnil 16 of 6 deliveries, 1 6 and 1 boundary. Malik Sachin on 2 and 5 extras, 17 overs, 151 for 3. So 3 overs remaining in the innings. Vijay Hawks must be targeting 35 to 40 runs in this 3 overs. Riyad Fauzi, 2 overs, none for 16. He's been brought in. Sachin on 2 of 2 deliveries. He'll be on strike. The current run rate now gone up to 8.88. Well, definitely they want to increase that run rate more. They have their wickets intact to do that. It's Sachin. This time wide outside the off stump. There you see umpire D.N. Pathrana signalling wide. Well, umpire Pathrana, very, very senior cricket umpire in Sri Lanka, doing this job in this game against the Colombo Masters and Vijay Hawks. Just to remind you, Colombo Masters won the toss this morning and put Vijay Hawks into bat. They have grabbed that opportunity and put up a good score. Well, while doing the pitch report, I thought that was the best option to do, to win the toss and bat first and get some runs and put the pressure on the bowlers. But the Colombo Masters captain opted to field first, and Vijay Hawks have grabbed that opportunity. 153 on that board, and for just loss of 3 wickets, with Swapnil on 16 and Sachin on 3 at the moment. They have just 2.4 overs remaining in this innings. Definitely they're targeting more than 185, which will be a very good score for the Vijay Hawks. Riyaz Fauzi, none for 18. Oh, that one possible stumping chance missed. Was it a run out? Well, we lost sight of that. We'll have to wait and see. Seems to be got a direct hit onto that, and that's the end of Sachin. Or yes, Sachin would have been coming into the non-strikers end. Yes, Sachin is walking back, so he's been run out for 3, and Vijay Hawks losing their 4th wicket. You see, they went for the run, and the wicket-keeper Duran had other ideas. A direct hit, hitting the stumps, and Sachin nowhere in the Sachin nowhere in the frame. Very easy decision. So it's 153 for 4. Vijay Hawks have been put into bat. The projected score at this stage is 175. And the new batsman is Chavan Raju. Chavan Raju also can hit the ball hard. But all what the Indian Vijay Hawks should understand is they got 2.3 overs remaining. They have 6 wickets intact. They got to push that score as much as possible. Take the game away from the Colombo Masters. That is their intention. A tossed up delivery hit uppishly this time. A fielder getting underneath. Now it's dropped short of the fielder. They get a single. So Raju gets off the mark with that, taking the score on to 154. Swapnil is the batter to watch. He is going after the bowling, really going after the bowling. You see now, Riyad Fauzi, if he tosses it up, that's bowling a bit flatter to him. They know that Swapnil is trying to go after the bowling. They're not going to toss it up for him. Just a single there for Swapnil. Taking the score on to 155. Fairly decent over by Riyad Fauzi at this stage. You see Chaman Raju, his average of 13.50. What matters at this stage is a strike rate. Hit uppishly, straight down the ground. But there is a fielder there. Just a single or two. Just a single there to Swapnil. Takes him on to... that's to Raju. Takes him on to 2 and the score moves on to 156. So 18 overs gone. Fairly decent over there by Riyad Fauzi. 3 overs, none for 21. His bowling figures. 18 overs gone. Vijay Hawks 175, 156 for 3. For 4, sorry. There I see the bowling figures. Duana, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 28 of 4 overs. Sunit Sampath, the other wicket taker, 1 for 21 of 3. Well, Suchan Rodrigo has been pretty expensive, gone for 17 in its sole over. There's the captain, Sunit Sampath, coming into the attack. You see the fall of wickets, 1 for 19, 126, 138 and 153. So there was a 107 run partnership for the second wicket between Grushal Singh and Darshan. Both these two batters batted really well, got half centuries. So the 19th over of the innings is going to be bowled by the Colombo Masters captain, Sunit Sampath. Bowled 3 overs up to now, 1 for 21 is bowling figures. Very decent economy rate, just about 7 runs per over. Well, when you have a total of 56 for 4 of 18 overs, I could consider that as a decent economy rate. The current run rate of 8.67 as Sunit Sampath. That's outside the off stump, pushed away towards the extra cover fielder. And they go for a quick single. So taking the score on to 156, bringing Swapnil on to strike. Swapnil, 17 of 18 deliveries. Well, he's definitely going to go after Sunit Sampath. Sunit Sampath got to use his head. There you are, wide outside the off stump. That could be signaled wide. Yes, it is. Wide being called. Sunit Sampath got to re-bowl that delivery. You see that ball going very much outside the line marked for the wide call, which is going to assist the umpire. Only that call line is mentioned there. That's Sunit Sampath again. This time short and pulled away. There is a fielder there on the boundary. They run for 2. They're running those runs hard, getting those runs clearly, cleverly, and taking the score on to 160. 160 for 4 Vijay Hawks. After being put into bat by Colombo Masters. Colombo Masters won the toss this morning and invited Vijay Hawks to take the first lease of the wicket. And they've done pretty well at the moment. 160 for 4. Again, Swapnil going for a wild swing. Misses it completely. Well, he got to vary that ball because he's just trying to swing that bat away. Got to slow the pace. Try to do something extraordinary. Sunit Sampath. That's exactly what he got to do. Comes down the wicket, meets the ball and hits it straight down the ground. But there is a fielder getting under it. But dropped very much short. Just a single or two taken there. So 2 more runs to the total, taking on to 162 for 4. Swapnil going on to 21. That was a slower delivery by Sunit Sampath. Intelligent bowling. As Swapnil coming down the wicket, trying to hit it over the top. Once again, it comes down again. This time a flat batted shot. But there is a fielder there. And they run hard again. They get 2. Well, these 2 should be stopped now. That could have been stopped easily. They could have had it 1 only. Bit of fielding there. Allows the batters to cross over for 2, taking the score on to 164. There you see a bit of misfielding. If he had collected it cleanly, the batters should not have gone for the second run. So it's 164 for 4. Sunit Sampath, 1 for 29. Bowling this final delivery. He has to bowl a legal delivery. that is going to be. So Chavan Raju has retired, allowing Pankaj to come in. Pankaj Ulas also can hit the ball hard. We'll see his statistics coming on and see the run rate. Strike rate at 131.15. Highest been 67, 80 runs scored. Average of 40. Fairly decent average and a very good strike rate. So Pankaj, he has come to partner Swapnil. So they want attack from both ends. That's exactly what Vijay Hawks got to do at this stage. Just 1.1 overs remaining. Sampath to bowl the final delivery of the 19th over of this innings. Hit uppishly. This time the batsman running for 2 and they get it easily. 2 more runs to the total takes the score on to 166. So it's a 166 for 4 after 19 overs. Well, the final over of the innings about to start. There you see the batting card of Vijay Hawks. 66 to Kaushal Singh, 50 to Darshan Vittal. They're the 2 main scorers. Now you see Guan Somnil is on 25. He's got his 25 of 13 deliveries. So the final over is going to be bowled by Riaz Fauzi. He got to be very accurate. Otherwise, the Indian Vijay Hawks are definitely going to take as much as possible of this over. They must be wanting to at least have another 15 runs to the total. That's a slower delivery. That's the type of bowling you got to think. Can he taken the edge or stumped? Been stumped. So Pankaj is walking back. He couldn't do anything much. He's out without scoring. So Vijay Hawks have lost another wicket. They don't mind with that because they need runs at this stage. He's coming down the wicket trying to meet it and the wicketkeeper did the rest. So Pankaj walks back without scoring, without disturbing the scorers. Stumped by Melinda Ranavira of Riyadh Fauzi. So it's 166 for 5. A new batsman, Naik Samir Sada. Well, again, the strike rate. All these batters have strike rates above 100. That tossed up again. Bowl him this time. That had turned a bit. Well, Fauzi getting another wicket on. Samir also walking back, just facing only one delivery. The Colombo Masters have come back into the game in this over. They're really stuck in this over. 2 wickets. And in the previous over, 2 was the last delivery. They got a run out. So they have got 3 quick wickets and pushing the Vijay Hawks back in this last couple of overs. So there you see Naik Samir walking back, bowled by Fauzi, and he got 2 for 21. His bowling figures of 3 overs. This is the 4th over going on. That's really interesting. That's Vishant, the new batsman. There you see strike rate 170. Of course, not much of a run scored. Average of 17, 27 being his highest, 34 runs. So Swapnil 25 watching on the other end. What things happening? He must be wanting to get onto the strike. Vishant facing to Fauzi. Tossed up delivery again. Hit up Ashley. That could be another wicket. Now it drops between the fielders. So just a single. Taking the score on to 167. So this brings Swapnil on to strike to face the 3 more deliveries remaining in the innings. All these Vijay Hawks are changing their batters. most probably allowing everyone to take a strike there. They want to give every batter an opportunity to bat. Fair enough. Vijay Hawks, 167 for 6. Well, they're playing friendly games, so they got to give that opportunity. This comes again. Swapnil pushes that one. They're pushing for that second run. But good bit of fielding there. But still the batters go for their second. They're very much in. There was an appeal, but Swapnil had made his ground. 2 more runs to the total, taking it on to 169. Well, I would have expected something more than this, definitely. I would have expected about 100 in... there you see the last wicket. That was a good bit of turn there by the off spinner, Riyad Fauzi. That came in from outside the off stump, hit the off stump. That's what the off spinner's line of attack should be. And again, this one a flatter delivery, put away nicely towards the long on fielder. They're going for the second, and they get it quite easily because of the bounce of that throw. The wicketkeeper was unable to collect it, otherwise he could have got that batter run out. So that too takes the score on to 171. Well, I was telling earlier I was expecting much more than this. The way the Indian Vijay Hawks were batting, they lost that 2 wickets once that partnership was broken. But none of the others except for Swapnil have been able to get on. So that's another... Also another batter retiring. So Brajesh has gone off, and the captain R11 comes in. Well, he wants to have a knock also, getting 1 more run there. They're running, they're keeping on running. Oh my God, they're getting that 4th run. Oh, no, 3 runs there, 3 more runs added. Very good decision indeed. So that takes us on to 174. Well, we'll wait the official count for that. There you see, coming down and playing it straight past the bowler. They ran very well. Of course, these batters kept on running right from the beginning of this innings, and they wanted as much as possible runs. You see, they're going for the 4th. Good bit of understanding. Now there you see, that's the 4th run they're taking. And, well, definitely. So that's the end of that innings. So it's a 174, I'm sure. We'll wait for the official score. Swapnil 29 not out. R11 the captain who came in last. Well, we saw something good happening there. The Vijay Hawks allowed everyone to come into the middle and have a go at it. Yes, it's 174 for 7. So Colombo Masters needing 175 to win this game in 20 overs. There see the Colombo Masters team coming off the field. Must be not really happy with their performance because they thought they gave a bit too much of runs for the Vijay Hawks team. We need to see how the Vijay Hawks bowlers can they might definitely try to curtail as much as possible. There you see how many retired Herds, because this was something good, allowing everyone to come in and have a knock there. So the 2 main batters, Kaushal Singh 66, Darshan 50, Swapnil not out 32. Those are the main scorers. Sudeep Yashwant was out for 12. Others, after that, of course, it was allowing the others to have a chance. So 174 for 7. There were 7 extras. While Vijay Hawks done well to get 174. Now we got to see how Colombo Masters, who need 175 to win this game in their 20 overs. They see the bowling card. Sunit Sampath 1 for 31. Riyad Fauzi 2 for 29 of 4 overs. Pujit Udwana 2 for 28 of 4 overs. Pujit Udwana and Riyad Fauzi, they understood the situation well. They bowled pretty well, and of course the captain too. So Palan was a bit expensive, none for 14 in his only over. None for 20 for Pojita Gunawardhan 2 overs. None for 17 for Sujan Rodrigo 1 over. And Raj Prasad went none for 11 of 1 over. So for the wickets 19, 126, 138, 153, 164, 166, 166, 167, 171 and 174. So I think they have taken the retired. Let's look at some highlights. Of course, we saw some good batting earlier on the Indian Hawks, Vijay Hawks innings. We see this start. They started off well with a boundary straight towards the fine leg boundary that was Sudeep. And then so they went on getting those runs before they started off with a wonderful hitting, wonderful boundaries coming down from all around the wicket, all around the ground. And then this was the first to go. A good catch taken by Pojita Uduwana there at slip, allowing Sudeep Yashwan to be dismissed. And from here onwards, it was total control by the two Indian batters, Gurshal Singh and Darshan. They put on 107 runs for the second wicket. They see beautiful strokes all around the wicket. There you see using the pace of the ball to hit it over mid fine leg. Runs were coming quite easily for the Indian batters, and they were very much in command at this stage, getting boundaries at ease. And good bit of batting with Darshan and Gurshal Singh. And there you see, timed it well, hit it over the bowler's head, watching that ball well. Runs were coming, 100 and some run partnership between these two batters. And before this happened, it was another good delivery which turned and took the edge, and they were able to break that partnership with Gurshal Singh. And then Darshan, Pojita Uduwana get the wicket of Darshan, and from here onwards the Indian batters were pushed back a bit, except for Swapnil, who was really going after the bowling. He got a couple of shots, got some runs, and finally he was 35 not out. And they see the wicket keeper whipping on the bats, and Pankaj getting stumped, and a couple of batsmen retiring. And that was the ball of the day. Turned a bit beautifully and hit the off stump, and runs. There you see here, this was a bit of a comeback indeed. The batters were running. They got 3 runs. They went for the fourth. That's the last delivery. There you see the return coming, an overthrow there, wild throw, and again the wicketkeeper throwing that with his gloves on. Didn't have the power, but finally Riyad Fase managed to hit it into the stump, and the Indian Vijay Hawks got 177 in their 20 overs, 177 for 7 as they finished their quarter of 20 overs. Well, I think that was a fairly decent total for Vijay Hawks, and now it's up to their bowlers to try to defend. Try to defend the score of 175, which Colombo Masters need. There you see the target, 175 to need to win in 120 deliveries. With that, we take a break, and once the commencement of the second innings of this game, we'll be back with you. Till then, enjoy.
Welcome back, and I hope you're enjoying your wonderful lunch as we take the mid-break here from Kirimandala, where we have brought you the live coverage of Colombo Masters versus the Indian team, the Vijay Hawks, who are actually a marine company, and it's a pleasure. There we go. As I talk to you, we see the target is 175 in 120 balls. Now, at one stage, we were of the view that Vijay Hawks could get to close to 200, but they will be disappointed at their middle order batting because we saw a cluster of wickets fall, and that, I suppose, did restrict them to this total. And they ended up with 174 for the loss of 7 wickets. And the Colombo Masters Cricket Association now need 175 in 20 balls. On your screens, you can see the two umpires in Mr. D. N. Pathirana, an old colleague, a friend, a test umpire. I remember him from my young commentary days out in the centre, umpiring so many matches. Wonderful human and a great umpire. And with him, of course, is young Shushi Gunasekara. And the umpires have done a tremendous job. I mean, it's not easy once you're out in the centre because your concentration levels have got to be on cue. And they've done a sterling job so far. The two Sri Lankan openers will have a responsibility. Try to bat as long as possible. Make use of the power play overs. And anything loose, give it away. And follow the Indian pattern, because what the Indian batters did, though, was to rotate the strike, and that was very, very good to see. Very professional approach in their allotted 20 overs. I know on hindsight they might be disappointed. Look, we couldn't get to a total of 190. But that's part and parcel of the game, isn't it? But the most important thing is that their third wicket partnership was absolutely breathtaking. I really enjoyed watching the opener, score brilliantly, and the number 3 batter, who looked fantastic, looked very competitive. The normal friendly chat out in the centre. Great to see the camaraderie between the two teams. It's wonderful, and I sometimes think that cricket has taken such a huge turn where everybody enjoys the game. You play it very hard out here when you are in the middle, and then, of course, when it comes to the business area, of course, you start working differently. I remember having a chat with Ravi Shastri, my friend, the Indian commentator, years ago, and he said that, that once, Brian, the game is over, we are all friends. We discuss about how the game went, how we fared, what we should have done and what we should not have done. But you have to understand one fact, that cricket is a game. There are no ifs and buts. You need to focus. Right, it's Sunit Sampath, the captain of Sri Lanka. Masters will open the batting with Prabhat Jayawardena. That's Sunit Sampath's vast experience. 229 matches he has played. 5,277 runs, his highest score of 143. But strike rate of 160.79. But he has scored 329 50s. Now, this is something that the Indian team, that's Vijay Hawks, will be wary of. So they will have to start getting their act right from the get-go and try and protect these 175 runs, the target they are given, the Sri Lankan batters. Gone Swanpillai to open the bowling for the visitors. He has had a best bowling figure of 1 for 12. Looks pretty new to the format of cricket. Well, let's see as to how he can trouble the Sri Lankan batters. And that on your screen is Prabhat Jayawardena's statistics. Strike rate of 98.17. 250s though, so looks a batter. Okay, the first delivery in line. Just punch down the ground towards short extra cover. Batsman will take an easy single. So what Sri Lanka will also have to do, like I made mention earlier, rotate strike and try and keep the scoreboard ticking. You keep the scoreboard turning over and over, you put pressure on the opposition. Right, Sunit Sampath off the mark on 1, and it's Prabhat Jayawardene on strike as Swami Pillai, the bowler for Vijay Hawks, a fantastic marine company, I'm told, based in India. And we are so proud to have this wonderful team here in Sri Lanka, and I'm sure they must have all enjoyed their stay here, and they take back pleasant memories when they go back. That's very important, isn't it? And I'm sure they would have enjoyed the hospitality that they received in this part of the world. Shoelaces being tied. You can see the player, getting his shoelaces intact is very important because you can't afford to have trips and falls. Right, he's ready. And we are ready too, as Prabhat Jayawardene is about to take strike. Swapnil, the bowler. Required run rate is 8.77. In he goes. Right arm over the stumps. Gentle medium pace. Nice high arm action. Wrapped him on the pad. The ball just sliding down the leg side. The umpire is not interested. And even the Indian fielders were not keen on appealing. Just a gentle look at the umpire. But definitely sliding down the leg side. Swapnil, you have to bowl a tight over to keep the Sri Lankans quiet, that's for sure. That's a good looking delivery outside the off stump, but then Jayawardene, equal to the task, waits for it, opens the face, so the bat runs it down to the man at deep back of the point, standing more towards the third man fence. So they take a easy single. 3 balls gone, 2 runs on the board. Remember that the Colombo Masters are in pursuit of 175 to win this game. Beautiful back of the hand delivery, but driven firmly to the man at deep mid-off. And the batsman will go through for a single. So it's good running between the wickets. In fact, driven straight to the captain of the visitors team in Rai 11, who did the fielding on that occasion, but the batsman rotated strike. Swapnil for the 5th time from the pavilion end. Pink ball cricket, very exciting indeed. Back of the hand delivery again, played rather uppishly, but into the gap, and it goes down to the third man fence for 4 runs. Rather a streaky stroke. He got on the front foot, nudged at it. It took the thick outside edge in the air. You can just watch it on your screen. There we go. Okay, far away from the man at catching position in first slip. More of a fly slip, I dare say, because he's between the first slip and rather towards the fly slip. Nevertheless, the ball was in the air. Raja edgy, but then he gets a boundary. So Sri Lanka off to a start. There are 7 runs already on the board. And he bowled him. Is it? No, it's in the air and he's gone. Absolutely a fantastic catch. Now, this is unbelievable. I thought for a moment he beat him in the air, but young Jayawardene went for it and brilliantly caught. What a beautiful catch. What an exhibition of catching the ball. Let's have a look at it here. It's Sampath, the Sri Lankan captain. Oh, how beautifully taken. In the air, leaped in the air, had it in control, and Sri Lanka lose their... it's Prabhat Jayawardene, my apologies. Gone for 5, caught brilliantly at mid-on, wonderfully taken catch. So India take their first wicket, and catches like this, in all honesty, I mean, watching so much of international cricket and talking to international players, I've said, they've always said that when you have a fieldsman taking out-of-the-box catches like what we saw on the replay, it sort of pumps the team up. I mean, the shoulders of the fielding side, tends to brighten. And this is what India have done. They've already showed that they're fantastic catchers. Shehzad Nisar, the replacement batter, coming in at number 3 for Sri Lanka. With Sri Lanka losing their first wicket with the score on 7. And just a reminder that you're looking at a target of 175. There are his statistics. Not much of a strike rate to talk about, 85.03, but he's got a 50 for himself, so he can bat. And what he'll have to do is, as he walks to the non-striker's end, he will have to be at high focus as we watch the second over coming up. And 168 the target. Let's wait for the bowler's name to appear on the screens. We'll give you the bowler's name in just a moment. Yes, it's Kaushal Singh, the opening batsman. Seems to have a high arm action. I just saw him running and, sort of stretching his non-bowling hand, which means he looks a bowler with a high arm action. Looks a very agile cricketer. His best bowling figures, 1 for 9. Pretty new, I think, in this version of the game, as he gingerly walks back then to the top of his bowling mark. Very pleasant day here at Kirimandalam Mawatha. In he goes. Outside the off stump, gave the batter some room, was able to punch down the ground to deep extra cover, onto the back foot, played with soft hands, opening the face of the bat as the ball trickles away. And it's a single there, 1 more run taken, 8 runs on the board. The captain of Sri Lanka will have to play the long innings. He will have to play the waiting game. He will have to bat deep, because 175 on this pitch and on the taggy surface could be Herculean if you don't get your act right. Kaushal Singh looks a wonderful cricketer. I really enjoyed watching him bat though. Let's see what he can do with the ball. Now that's down the leg, so that will be signalled a wide. A long hop, umpire Pathirana having absolutely no problem, saying, sorry sir, you got to reload that back again. 166 runs in 113 deliveries. Current run rate below the required run rate of 8.81. We are having a look at the last wicket. Thank you, my producer just warned me about the last wicket coming. Look at the catch. That is the feature. And the next delivery being really punched down the ground to short extra cover. I don't think the Sri Lankan batters will want to take a risk against the Indian fielding side. The Hawks looks very, very focused. The captain in pursuit there at short extra cover. We thank you for joining us on our live coverage here. Interesting game of holiday cricket as we define it this Monday morning here at Kirimandalam Mawatha. As Kaushal Singh, the Indian seamer, in pursuit now to the Sri Lankan captain Sunit Sampath. Outside the off stump, gave him room, played rather uppishly but into the gap, and that'll be 4 runs. That's masterfully crafted from outside the off stump. Well, it's good to keep the bowling in the 4th lump delivery, but you can't bowl short, because when you bowl short on this wicket, that's pretty taggy. The batsmen have, now you can see it on the replay, he had all the time to get onto the back foot. Very well balanced indeed as he executed that stroke into short extra cover for a brilliant 14 for 1. Yet again outside the off stump, played rather uppishly, brilliantly fielded there as the batter punches it down to short extra cover. The Indian captain, tall in stature, just a feeling at extra cover. I do have a Indian friend of mine, visitor, who's sitting with us here in the com box, helping us with the names. Thank you very much indeed for your company. 15 for 1 as Kaushal Singh is about to bowl his next delivery. Let's watch him. 1.4 overs have gone by. In he goes. Short of length yet again, and that's tucked away to a deep fine leg for boundary. Now you can't bowl short and onto the leg stump. You're getting the Sri Lankan batters to get back to bowl very early in the day, and this could have a little bit of a hamper, especially when you're trying to defend a big score. But then you cannot afford to lose runs, bowl loose deliveries and leak runs, and that goes down to the boundary for 4. Shazad Nizar in action. 2 deliveries, 5 runs. We're into over number 2. And it is Kaushal Singh. Batsman is still settling in. Wonder what the delay is. In goes the bowler. Better line delivery, line and length, but onto the pads yet again. Just turned away gently to mid-wicket. And that does mark the end of over number 2. 20 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. The required run rate 8.61. But the current run rate looks pretty healthy in the power play overs for Sri Lanka because they've got up to 10. They need 155 runs to win this game in 108 deliveries. It could be anybody's game. It's going to be an interesting game. But I think what the Sri Lankans would be thinking in the dugout is for Sunet Sampath, the captain, who's got lots of experience in cricket, to play the anchor role, to try and bat deep, because we all know that the Indian think tank will be thinking otherwise. They will want to get the Sri Lankan captain out as soon as possible. Blue skies, when we came here to the grounds first, it was pretty grey, but Mother Nature's been so graceful in allowing us to have this particular game being played without let or hindrance. Go on Swapnil onto his second over. We do have a lovely friend in the middle of the pitch, a wonderful little doggy. We see that everywhere in Sri Lanka. Right, they're all trying to get him out. He will go, he knows. He's watched enough and more cricket, I'm sure, in these grounds. Right, it is Shehzad Nizar. Front play outside the off stump, good length delivery, just back of a length, swinging away from the right hander as he has a bang at it. Very lucky not to have got an edge. He's got to try and play within himself. He's got to watch that ball that's pitching on the fourth stump line and swinging away. There will be a little bit of movement with the new ball, so he's got to throw caution to that. That's onto his pads, lunges back, pushes it down the track for the bowler to do the cleaning up job. So 2 dot deliveries on the trot. This is gold dust, I can tell you, especially in the power play overs. Any form of cricket, you get dot deliveries on in the power play overs. That's what we define as gold dust. Swapnil from the pavilion end. That's a fuller length delivery, driven very firmly and beating the man at mid off, but then there is cover at wide mid off. So Sri Lanka batters have to be content with 1 run. This is good bowling to your fielders. Just trying to swing the ball. That's why you see him pitching it up. That's what you do with the new ball. Try and see if he can get any seam movement off this deck. Swapnil. Oh, that's put away to mid-wicket. Try for short of play. No, he's caught brilliantly yet again. Here goes wicket number 2. This is fantastic. I tell you what, I thought for a moment he cleared the fielder at mid-wicket, but wicket number 2, the Indian fielders are on a roll. They seem to be great catchers. Fantastic. While the Sri Lankan fielders were dropping dollies, the Indian contingent is taking them. So Shehzad Nizar on 7, trying to sort of get big on that, punched it down the ground towards mid-wicket. I thought for a moment he cleared the fielder, but unfortunately, yes, I'm sorry. I mean, we got mixed up with the names of the Sri Lankan captain who's walking back. Highly rejected. And he is out. 2.4 overs gone by. I dare say, with his dismissal, Sri Lanka have got themselves into a bit of a hole. It's 21 for 2 in 2.4 overs. And Swapnil joins the party in getting his second wicket. He's 2 for 8. Very competitive bowling, that's for sure. He's got men in catching position. He's bowling to a plan, line and length. And the Sri Lankans are playing obviously some loose strokes. You normally do that though in the power play overs, and then that's what exactly happened here. You can't help it. You got to open your shoulders with the field restriction. It happens in any format of the game. Now it's Malinda Ranavira coming to strike. Looks a very sturdy young batter. joining Shehzad Nizar, who's at the non-strikers end on 7. What will Gwan Swapnil do today? He's on a roll. He's taken 2 wickets. Sri Lanka under pressure, that's for sure. Losing 2 wickets in the power play overs in any form of cricket does bring in pressure to any batting side, right? The stumps being requested from the umpire by the batter. He's got a highest total of 41, as you can see on your screens. Strike rate 78.98, average of 18. Let's see how he goes. Good length delivery, clamped the batter up on that occasion, wrapped him on the pad as he got out of the back with the ball. In fact, trickling his front pad and running away towards the man at shot back to the point. No chance of a run, obviously. I think the Sri Lankan batters will not take the arms of this wonderful Indian outfit. I'm watching the replay for your benefit as well. Look at that catch. Absolutely spot on. Good length delivery taken on the half volley and hiked towards long on for a beautiful 6. Now, that was in the slot, in the arc, and Malinda Ranavida opens his account with a glorious 6. Now, when you bowl in the arc of a batter, in his hitting zone, you're asking for trouble, especially in the power play overs. That's why the coaches always tell you, try to keep it nice and simple, back of a length. Don't give the batsman room. Don't give him room to play his stroke in his arc, because with the field restriction, they can go over the top. So Sri Lanka, a bit of, I would say, nerve relief with that 6, 27 for 2 at the end of the 3rd over. The 4th over coming up, Swapnil being brought in to bowl his 3rd over. And that shows the confidence the captain has in this wonderful seamer who has taken 2 wickets already. Thank you for being in our company. It's a pleasure bringing you this live telecast from the Kirimandala Stadium, which has a beautiful backdrop. You can see some of the high-rise buildings here in Colombo. And it's surrounded by the beautiful coconut or palm trees, as they call it, a traditional tree in Sri Lanka. Oh, it's the captain himself who's coming on. I thought for a moment that he's going to use Swapnil. It's Ra 11. 5 wickets for 63. That looks dangerous bowling figures. He's got a 5-wicket haul as well. So let's see as to how he will go on this pitch, which I'm sure will encourage the spinners, but it's gripping a little bit as he'll be bowling to his left-hander, Shehzad Nizar. So the ball will turn into his pads, basically. Bowls right arm, over the stumps. In he comes, flighted delivery, tucked away off his pads. That'll get him a single easily as the ball runs away to the man at short 3rd man. Just passes the vacant, I would say, leg slip arena. A single to the total. Shehzad Nizar looking a little bit competent, moves on to 7. I'm sorry, that is not off the bat, that's off the pad, so it's been signaled as a leg by the umpire. Rai 11, the captain. Into the attack. I've been corrected that this is the SLLDC cricket grounds. Outside the off stump, cut away very firmly, short extra cover. There's a fieldsman in pursuit. There is no chance of taking a single. Like I should mention, the SLLDC cricket grounds, absolutely picturesque in this neck of the woods. And the next delivery flighted above the high line. And Malinda Ratnaka watching it very closely to the bat, pushing it firmly. Bottom hand coming into it. Looks pretty economical, this young bowler. He's bowled 2 dot deliveries, gave away a leg by. Outside the off stump, gave the batter a little bit of room, but punched down the ground to short extra cover. Will the batsman take a risk in taking a run? The fielding has been extremely sharp. They do take the run, but the fielding has been very good. Outside the stomp yet again, making the same mistake like some of the Sri Lankan spinners did, giving the batter too much room outside the off stump. So rotation of strike comes in with ease. The run rate at the moment, 7.57. They are below the required run rate in the power play overs. Sri Lanka still needing 146 in 97 balls. This live coverage coming to you from the SLDC grounds here. Picturesque, of course. Nizar waits for it, takes it on the half volley, played it rather uppishly, but the ball falling short of the man at deep mid-off. Lucky that he didn't time it well enough, because it could have carried to the fielder. And the little we've seen of the Indian fielders, they seem to be gobbling up everything that comes their way. 29 for 2 in 4 overs. Now the required run rate in gentle rise, 9.13. Look at the bowling figures, 2 for 14 for the opener, Gon Swanpille. And Kaushal Singh bowled 1 over, pretty expensive, gave away 13 runs. By Rai 11 has been pretty miserly in his bowling, just given away 1 run. He bowled 5 dots, so excellent execution. 29 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. We come into over number 5. 2 extras have been conceded. As we wait for a change, there's someone running into the grounds. Let's see. Is it a change of bat? Okay, we do have a new bowler. Vishant being brought into the attack. Looks like, he looks a left-arm spinner to me. And let's see how he gets on in this particular pitch. It can be taggy, good grip, good turn, especially when you are playing in the second part of the innings. There will be something for the spinners. That's what my co-host in the pitch report, Polonos, told us. And I think he's been spot on in what he said, because the ball does grip a little bit here. Vishant for the first time from the far end of the grounds then. The run rate 7.25. Surely Sri Lanka will want to improve on that, especially in the power play overs. Malinda Ranavira, man on strike. He's already thumped a 6. Let's see how he treats Vishant. Wide outside the off stump, left arm round the wickets, punched into deep extra cover for an easy single. The little I've noticed today so far is that the spinners have been just bowling outside the off stump, bit short of length. Incidentally, that was a dot delivery. I thought they crossed over for a single. I don't think they don't want to take a risk of the Indian fielders. The run rate dipping here for the Sri Lankan Masters. Now it's come down to 6.96. They need to up that in this particular power play. Outside the off stump, and the umpire signals that as a wide delivery, just passing the tram line. So a good call. Sri Lanka go up to 30. Outside the off stump, fuller in length, punch down the ground to short extra cover. No chance of rotation of strike. Melinda having a very close look. Oh, that's taken on the half volley and punch down the ground. We'll wait for the umpire signal. It's yet another 6. So what we see about Malinda Ranavira is anything in his arc is going over the top. And this the Indians will have to address, because you give it in his arc with the field restriction. They are opening their shoulders, freeing their arms, and that's a glorious 6. Beautifully executed. 36 for the loss of 2 wickets. We are into over number 5 here. 7 runs have gone by. Vishant, the left armer. Round the wickets, tossed up delivery yet again. Enticing the fielder, the batter, to try and open his shoulders square on the offside. Good ploy, He's trying to buy a wicket here. It does happen, but I always say trying to buy a wicket in the power play overs could be very tricky because of the field restriction. So let's see whether he can just keep it nice and tight here. Try and bowl into the stumps the next two deliveries. Outside the off stump, gets onto the back foot, pushes it very firmly to short extra cover. He's bowling with a plan. He's trying to get the batter to try and play him square on the offside. One more ball coming up before we have a voice change in Polonos coming in. And the next delivery will be signalled wide. No, outside the off stump, but inside the tram line. So that's the end of over number 5, 36 for 2. Need a change in voices. Polonos will take over for the next 5 overs as Sri Lanka are in pursuit with the current run rate of 7.20, the required run rate on 9.27. It's over to you, Polonos.
Thank you, Brian. So 5 overs gone, 36 for 2. Colombo Masters needing 175 to win this game. They started their chase pretty well, but they've lost 2 wickets. That's the captain of Colombo Masters. Sunis Sampath was out for 8 and Prabhaja Wadana for 5. And both the wickets were collected by Swapnal. So now Shahzad Nisar and Melendra Ranavira trying to steady things up. First power play of 6 overs still in progress. 1 more over remaining, where you get to have just only 4 fielders outside the circle. But once that is completed, you will be allowed to have 5 fielders outside the circle. So it's very interesting moment at this. Kaushal Singh being brought in. He bowled 1 over earlier. He went for 13 runs. So he's going to bowl. The required run rate is 9.27. They still need 139 runs to win this game in 90 deliveries. So Kaushal Singh adjusting his field. We're bowling to Nizar. Nizar is on 7. Ranavira on 13. They need to get maximum in this over. The first power play will end after this over. That's outside the off stump. Could have been called wide, but he punched it away towards the extra cover. They get a single, taking the score on to 37. 37 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. They need 138 runs to win in 89 deliveries. Well, this is an important over for Colombo Masters. They need to get much as possible in this over. That's the end of the first power play after this over. So Ranavira having a good look at the field. Kaushal Singh, right arm, or spin. That's worked away on the onside. They're going for 1 and they get it easily. 38 on the board. So 38 on the board. A loss of 2 wickets. Current run rate of 7.13. Required run rate of 9.34. That's a tossed-up delivery. Took the edge, I think. But there is a short third man fielder coming around it. No, by spin signal, so no edge in it. There was turn, that means. Kaushal Singh getting some kind of turn into that delivery. Interesting, they see the offside field, packed offside field. So they're just 2 on the onside, so it's a 7-2 field. Kaushal Singh bowling to Melendra Ranavira. He's on 14. Right arm spinner. Well, I think he should be bowling wide outside the off stump if he's bowling into a pack offside field, because if you pitched it on the offside with the off spinner turning, the batsman can put it on the leg side. He got to watch that ball properly and put it into the leg side, which is you get more gaps allowed there. Just two fielders on the onside, a square leg and a deep mid on, so the whole mid wicket area seems to be open for him. 40 on the board, 40 for 2. Colombo Masters. That hit uppishly. The fielder getting underneath. Oh, he dropped it. He dropped it. So Nisar gets a life. That would have been a bad miss for Vijay Hawks. They were looking for the wicket. Hit it uppishly. And you see the replay of that. That could have been taken, and Vijay Hawks dropped that catch. Vishant is the fielder. He dropped it, unfortunately. So Nizar gets a life there. He's on 8, and the Colombo Masters 40 for 2. One more delivery remaining to end the first power play. Kaushal Singh this time outside the off stump, turned further away. Good bit of bowling. So that's the end of that over. 6 overs gone. It's 40 for 2. Colombo Masters chasing 175 to win this game. So it's a 40 for 2. There you see the umpire signaling the end of power play, the new power play, the second power play, which will allow 5 fielders outside the circle. From here on, you can bowl with 5 fielders outside the circle. Required run rate 9.64. The current run rate being 6.67. Ranavira is on 15. Nizar is on 8. Ra11 had some good bowling spells in Dambulla. He'll bowl 1 over, just giving away 1 run. The importance of Ra11 is he's not bowling that fast. He's just varying that ball, using his head. That's exactly what he's been doing. So we'll wait and see how he can get more to these Colombo Masters batters. Colombo Masters batters, very seasoned batters. So needing 135 to win in 84 deliveries. There you are. That's a slower delivery, wrapped on the pads, and he's given out. That's definitely would have hit the stumps unless it got the edge. But I don't think the umpire, Cecil Gunasekara, thought he got an edge to it. So that's the end of Ranavira. He's walking back. Ra11 strikes. As I told you, I was just talking about Ra11 getting some wickets early in Dambulla. See that delivery straight in line, hitting pads. No doubt about that. And umpire Gunasekara has no hesitation in giving it out. So that's the end of the innings of Milinda Ranavira. LB'd up to Ra11 for 15. He's gone, and Colombo Masters losing their 3rd wicket at 40. So Pujita Udwana, the new batter who has come in, will be facing to Ra11. Ra11, the Vijay Hawks captain. Just had a chat with him in the morning, and he was very impressed with the sessions they had in Dambulla and was very confident in doing well in this game. Up to now, they've done pretty well, no doubt about that. They set up a target of 174 and allowing Colombo Masters to get 185 to win this game. There you see Udwana, 749 runs, highest being 102, average of 17.02, strike rate of 87.50, 250s and 100, so he can bat. He will be one of the main strikers of the ball for Colombo Masters. Lot might be expected from him. Very experienced player. One of the very few, there you see the last wicket, Plum LPW. There is no two words about that. Ra11 was begging for that decision. That's good bit of bowling again. You see, he's wearing the pace. He's not bowling fast, not trying to do anything extraordinary, but wearing his pace well. Ra11, very knowledgeable. There's he again, a good delivery, worked away on the onside, could be a run out, and that's the end of it. That's another wicket to go. So Colombo Masters losing another wicket. That's Uduana has to go back, a run out, good bit of fielding, good understanding, but the batters, no backing up. I don't think there was a run there. Pujito Uduana just stroking it towards a short fine leg, getting on with the trying to move away with the single, but he was very quick. Pankaj was the fielder. So that was a good bit of fielding there, good bit of anticipation. He was very quick on that, and Pujito Uduana has to go back. Colombo Masters losing their way now. They lost another wicket. 4 down for 40. Ra11 bowling very steady length, wearing that ball. The batsmen are really finding it difficult to get on with him. And right throughout in Dambulla he bowled pretty well. In the first game he had 4 for 22. Then in the third game he had 5 for 63. Taken a lot of wickets in this Sri Lanka Powerplay pack for this Vijay Moran League. The new batter is Sujan Rodrigo. Well, a lot will be expected from him now. Colombo Masters needs to recover. They need a good partnership between these two batters. They already lost 4 wickets. 6.4 overs gone. There you see the current run rate drop down to 6 per over. So they need to increase that run rate as well as building on a good partnership. Responsibility on these two batters. Sujan Rodrigo has a strike rate of 91.64, average of 16.89, highest being 62 runs, 625. So he can bat. He got some runs, and there you are, good bit of turn that time. You see, he's wearing the ball. I said that was an O-spinner from him. Good bit of turn. As I was telling earlier too, this wicket might produce some spin, and we see it. It is definitely turning, helping the spinners a bit, and the batsman got to be there again. Another good O-spin. Good bit of bowling by Ra11. So that's the end of that over. Well, it's a maiden over for him. He's at 1 for 1. His bowling figures after 2 overs. 40 for 4 after 7. There you see the Sri Lankan Masters bowling card. Ranavira was the only batter who was able to come into double figures. He got 15. Nisar is not on 8. Fuji is the Uduana run out for North. You see good bit of bowling by Ra11, 1 for 1 of 2 overs, keeping things tight for Vijay Hawks. So Sri Lanka Colombo Masters need 135 runs to win in 78 deliveries. Required run rate gone up to 10.38, and the current run rate dropped down to 5.71. As it's Kaushal Singh to continue, he'll be bowling his third over. He had bowled 2 good overs, none for 16, but kept things quiet. And he bowled we got to understand, he bowled during power play. So now he can bowl with 5 fielders outside the circle, which will help him. Nisar has to do something good. These two batters have to build on a partnership. They got the additional responsibility of increasing the run rate. So a lot of responsibility on them. Kaushal Singh Quicker delivery outside the off stump, stroked away nicely by Nisar towards the extra cover boundary. They gets a single, taking the score on to 41. Colombo Masters 41 for 4. They've lost 4 quick wickets. They need to put up a good partnership to come back into this game. And this responsibility lies on Suchan Rodrigo and Sharad Nizar. Nizar has been there for quite some time, faced 13 deliveries for his 9. Rodrigo is on strike. Faced 2 deliveries, still to get off the mark as Kaushal Singh bowls this one to Rodrigo. Trying to hit it firmly down the ground, didn't get hold of it. Another dot delivery for Kaushal Singh. Colombo Masters needing 134 runs to win this game. Swung again, but there is a fielder there who will come round. Just a single. Well, now we see with 4 wickets down, this is what I was talking earlier on. 4 wickets down, and you've got to chase 175 runs to win. The pressure is on the Colombo Masters batsman. This is what I said at the toss. At the pitch report had the captain who won the toss decided to bat first, he could have put on a good score and put the pressure on the opponents. But now they allowed Vijay Hawks to take first lead of the wicket. They batted well. They got 174. Put up a target for Colombo Masters. They need to chase 175 to win. And now they've lost a couple of wickets early. And now these 2 batters are under real pressure. Current run rate 5.61. Required run rate 10.70. While Kaushal Singh bowled 4 deliveries in this over, just given away 3 runs. That's good enough for him. He just had to keep things tight, not to give these boundaries. Well, Sujan Rodrigo and Nisar have a lot of things to do, a lot of work to be done. As Rodrigo swings it away and could be caught, and a very good catch there. Another wicket to fall. That's the end of Sujan Rodrigo. He has to go, and Colombo Masters losing their way. They're 43 for 5, and Singh gets a vital wicket of Sujan Rodrigo. So that was Naik Samir taking that catch. There you see the replay of that. Sujan Rodrigo going for a big hit, didn't get hold of it, took the outside edge, and very nicely taken by Samir there. And that brought Kushal Singh's first wicket. So Colombo Masters 43 for 5 in deep trouble. So Pujita Gunawardena, the new batter, was coming. Well, first the Colombo Masters should try to take some time, try to build things up. They need to bat another 5 overs and try to bat and build the score up, bring the score to about 75 or 80, and then try to attack rather than trying to attack now itself, because they lost an additional wicket. That's going to put more pressure on the batters that is going to come in. And you see how Vijay Hawks bowlers as well as the fielders, they're enjoying their game. They got a good total on the board, and they're just putting pressure on the Colombo Masters batters. So Kaushal Singh, 1 for 19, 1 more delivery to complete his 3rd over. A good spell, I would say, in these conditions. And the new batter, Pujita Gunawardena, statistics 91 highest, 229, 95.82. 150, so he got a 91 there, so he must try to do something like that today if he wants to take this Colombo Masters home. 43 for 5 at this stage. They're in deep trouble, no doubt they're in deep trouble. As Kaushal Singh bowls the next delivery. Outside the off stump, beats the batter. That's the end of that over. So 8 overs gone, Colombo Masters 43 for 5. Gunawardena still to open his account, and Nizar on 10. There you see the betting cards. Not much to talk of. Melinda Ranavera getting it double figures. So got 15 before he was helping up to do round 11. And Nisar is not out on 10. The only two batters who have managed to get into double figures. But still, I would say these two batters need to build the score up before going for big shots. They should rotate the strike like what the Vijay Hawks did at the beginning of the innings. You heard so many times Brian Thomas telling how these two batters were getting those singles. That's exactly what Colombo Masters batters at this stage got to do. Work on the ball, get those singles, push it here and there, get singles and twos and build the score up a bit before going for big hits. Because once you go for big hits, you lose a wicket, you're going to create more pressure on the batter that is going to come in. 43 for 5 at this stage. Ralavan to continue. He's bowling his third over. 1 for 1 he's bowling for. Just imagine. 1 for 1. They see tossing that ball up, waiting it well, inviting the batter to come down the wicket. But at this stage, the batters are in two minds whether they can go out and get a big shot, or just got to work that ball away, just to try to get those singles and twos and build up a good score. Get the total of around up to 80, and then try to hit some big shots to catch up on the run rate. So there you are, 2 dot deliveries. Ralavan wearing the ball very well. Not much. He's not doing anything much, just wearing that ball very well. You see that very short run up, slow medium. Again, good bit of bowling there by Ralavan. There was an appeal for a caught behind, but umpire Gunasekara says no. It's a good bit of thinking by Ralavan. Bowling pretty well. Had a good tour, I think, of Sri Lanka. Must be pretty happy with his bowling performance. That's another good delivery. Nearly took the edge to the slip, but it dropped a bit short of the slip fielder. He's enjoying his bowling, no doubt about it, having a great smile. Nisar taking his time. Must try to think of how to work the ball. That's what he got to do. Get those singles, push it along and get those singles and try to make those twos and get the scoreboard up to about 70-80 and then go for big hits without losing any wickets, because now they cannot afford to lose any more wickets. They are already 5 down for 44. And Ralavan, you see that his bowling figures 1 for 2. He's bowling his third over. One more delivery to complete his third over, and he does with the same score. 1 for 2. Good bit of bowling. 3 overs gone for him, and 9 overs gone. Colombo Masters 44 for 5. Well, there you see the bowling card. Swapnil 2 overs, 2 for 14. Pick of the bowlers got 2 important wickets earlier on. Then Ralavan coming in at first change. 1 for 2 of 3 overs. You see 16 dots he have got bowled. Very good bowling indeed. The economy rate is 0.67 for him. And Vishant none for 7 of 1 over. So definitely the Vijay Hawks bowlers are right on top of the Colombo Masters batters at this stage. You see the follow wickets. 1 for 7, 2 for 21, 40, 40, 40. So 3 wickets down at 40. So 44 for 5 now. So new bowler, left arm orthodox, Darshan. You see 1 for 19 is best. 9.67 the economy. Average of 29. Young cricketer Mahendra Darshan, left arm orthodox, bowling to Nisar, who is on 11. They need 131 to win in 66 deliveries. That's put away nicely, but straight to the fielder. Now we got to try to work that on the gap and try to get some runs, because another 65 deliveries is remaining. They can waste another 20 deliveries, get the score up to about 60 to 70 runs, and then try to go for big hits. That turned a bit. You saw that turn. Beat the wicket keeper down the leg side. Could be called wide. We'll have to wait and see for the umpire's signal. Well, did he take? Not sure what the umpire signaled. It did turn a lot. So that's one more run to the total, take it on to 45. .45 for 5 is a leg by being signaled. So a leg by that was. Okay, that's by signal. So 45 for 5. Darshan, young left arm spinner, playing for the Indian state. That's what we were told of. But he really bowls well, turns the ball. There's another good delivery. They are misfielding there by the captain. Allows the batsman to cross over for a single. Colombo Masters 46 for 5. Young left armer also enjoying his bowling in this wicket. There is some kind of turn or helping the spinners. That's nicely played, but straight to the fielder. That's the end of that over. So it's 10 overs gone. Colombo Masters 46 for 5, and Vijay Hawks very much on top of them.
Thanks. Thanks, Paulus. It's wonderful to be back in the commentary box as we take a drinks break here with the Sri Lankan Masters in great trouble. You don't need a rocket scientist to tell you this, because 46 for 5. And I kept telling right from the get-go, when you start losing wickets during the power play, things can turn very fast. And I think one of the successful things that the Indian cordon has done is taking those brilliant catches. I mean, if you just see some of the catches that were taken, that were grasped, was really international class, in all honesty. And that put the pressure on the Sri Lankan Masters, who are now on the back foot fighting for survival. Because when you're chasing 175 to win a game, and you're on 46 for 5 after 10 overs, conceding just 5 extras as well, you are in trouble. Because that is the problem that Sri Lankan batters are facing. They've been, pretty loose in their shots, and that's something that I noticed. Now look at the bowling card. 2 for 14 for the opener in Swapnil. And then Kaushal Singh, 1 for 19. Rai Levan, the captain, 1 for 2. Very miserly. 3 overs, 16 dot balls. You can't ask for anything better. And Vishant, who does bowl left arm orthodox spin, still took the opportunity of grabbing 5 dot balls. So the Sri Lankan batters have, unfortunately, in this particular game, need to get their act right. Look at the cluster of wickets. Well, everything looked fine at one stage. 1 wicket for 21, and from the fall of the second wicket, it became a thing called a cluster. We call it in cricketing terminology. Cluster means you start losing wickets regularly. And from 21, you started going on to lose the second wicket, and then it's 40, 40, and then 41. 46 for 5, things don't look very good for the Sri Lankan cordon. A warm welcome to all our viewers here on sporty.lk as we bring you this live coverage, a game that's being played by Colombo Masters against our wonderful visitors from India, Vijay Hawks. And this particular coverage is coming to you from SLLDC cricket grounds. I just had the opportunity to talk to their media center, and I was just telling them how I admire these grounds. The ambience, the atmosphere is absolutely breathtaking, because the ground itself is, I would say, immaculate. Wonderful outfield, pretty fast the outfield is, and the playing pitch is challenging for the batter and the bowler. Now we saw the ball gripping a little bit for the spinners in the second half of the game, as predicted by my co-host Polanos at the pitch report, and the seamers getting the much needed swing up front with the new ball. Shahid Niras is there fighting it out on 11. Pujitha Gunawardene, as you can see on your screens on one. Sri Lanka Masters need 129 runs in 60 balls against this bowling attack and the fielding unit. This looks an absolute Herculean task. Let's see as to what the captain will do for the Hawks. Railavan is just about to bowl his fourth over. He is miserly, believe it or not, he is miserly. The figures show it. In he goes, right arm over the stumps, tall, lanky, round the wickets, flighted delivery above the high line of the bowler. He's got two men in catching position. He's got a man at slip and a man standing almost close to gully. Not a fly slip as such, but almost close to gully. And the next delivery, quicker delivery, but that's driven very firmly. But there is cover at the cow corner, and the batsman can only muster a single. So he is bowling to his field, and these Indians have been excellent today on show. Round the stumps, above the high line, driven firmly and correctly. A bit of bottom hand being used in the process as he pushes the ball to wide off, mid off, more towards, I would say, cow corner. So the Sri Lankans have to do it in singles. They need to go over the top, but they need to spend some time. They've lost too many wickets. Quicker in line and length, and that did bounce. Brilliant delivery. Back of a length did bounce. Quicker. And Pujitha Gunawardene completely fox, just nudging at that. Lucky not to have got an edge. Brilliant. Wonderful bowling, exhibition of bowling, I dare say, at this level. The Indian captain, tall, lanky, beautiful high arm action. Really just spin the ball a little, gives it a bit of a tweak, and the pitch itself is gripping a little bit here. Quicker down the line, pushed rather uppishly to short extra cover. Will the Sri Lankans risk taking a single? I doubt they will, because like I made mention, the Indian fielding has been par excellence. Their spinners have bowled to a plan, and the captain being very miserly. 4 overs, he's conceded only 4 runs and taken 1 wicket so far. In he comes round. Quicker in line and length, that's pulled off the back foot rather uppishly yet again. And he's been caught at mid-wicket. So there goes wicket number 6. Now can you beat that? I just couldn't understand where the ball went to. He got on the back foot, Pujitha Gunawardene, trying to pull it away. The spin tricked him to play that ball inside out, and it took the inside edge and carried straight to the fieldsman at mid-wicket. Watch it on your screens again, how the spin just takes the ball to the inside part of the bat. Oh, brilliant indeed. Well bowled, sir. 2 wickets for 4 runs for the captain himself, and I tell you, Sri Lanka is in a bother. 48 runs for 6 wickets, and the Sri Lankan batters, sad to say though, are falling like 9 pins, as we call it. I hope you're enjoying our wonderful coverage here at the SLDCC grounds, where Sporty.lk has done something unique because these gentlemen from India are a tourist team who have come here, and they have given us the opportunity to play some cricket. And I tell you what, because this is somewhat like a cricket tour, and I thought for a moment when I came in the morning, well, they would have some players, who just want to have fun. But the Indian players seem to be very, very professional in their approach. They got to 174. They built that huge partnership for the 3rd wicket, and their bowlers have come and done the job. In fact, 6 of the Sri Lankan batters are done and dusted for the day. Here is Riyad Fauzi, the right arm off spinner, joining Shehaz Nizar. Nizar has been there for some time, 23 balls. He's just made 12 runs at the non-strikers end. Oh, he's going to be at the strikers end. Yeah, Sheza will go now take strike because the wicket fell on the last ball of the captain's over. So nothing much to write home about as far as Colombo Masters are concerned. They've just got themselves into a bit of a huddle here, losing too many wickets against some quality spin and some, I would say, exceptional fielding by the visitors. Right, let's see who the bowler is. Left arm spin. It is left arm spin, bowled back of the hand by Sachin, sporting jersey number 38. In he goes, tongue out a little bit, comes in, sends it quicker but turns it in very sharply from back of a length. And Shayad Nizar just punches it to short extra cover. He should take a single, and he has done so. He moves on to 30. Riyad Fauzi, the newcomer, on strike. He'll have to be very careful of the arm ball, because I can see this spinner, that is Malik Sachin, will have an arm ball that, if the batter misreads, can get done and dusted. Got a nice high arm action, a beautiful follow through, pivots very well. The little we've seen of him in the 2 balls that he's bowled so far is being introduced for the first time in this game. Malik Sachin for you from the pavilion end. You sing the praises of a bowler and he just bowls one outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump. Lucky that the batter got bat to it, otherwise umpire DN would have had no problem in stating or calling that a wide. Sachin. Round the stumps, beautifully bowled. Flighted, lovely loop, pitches, grips, turns away from the right hander. This is exhibition of spin bowling by this wonderful Indian touring team. And the Sri Lankan batsmen are really struggling to get back to it. Quicker outside the off stump, off the back foot, punches it away, and this time he finds the gap, and that'll be 4 runs. Well, margin for error there on part of Malik Sachin, giving the batter enough room to get out of the back foot and punch it down the ground. And Riyad Fauzi did it to perfection. Watch it on the replay, how he gets behind the ball and punches it, plays it very close to his body. That was the trick, and there was no fieldsman at deep extra cover. So 4 more runs to the total, and Sri Lanka get to 53 for the loss of 6 wickets. Malik Sachin. Good delivery outside the off stump. Lucky not to have got a nick. It went through with the arm. He tries to punch it towards back of the point. Lucky not to have got a feather on that occasion. If you're joining our live coverage here on sporty.lk, we'd like to extend a warm welcome to you. We've just had the lunch break, and 12 overs have gone by in this 20-over game. And the team that is in pursuit today is Vijai Hawks. They're from India. They are a marine company, and they are playing against the Colombo Masters. Colombo Masters, winning the toss this morning, have decided that they'll bowl first for reasons best known to them. But they conceded 175 runs. I thought at one stage that Vijay Hawks could get up to around 190. They would be disappointed that they fell short of 15 runs, but they made it all up in grabbing 6 Sri Lankan wickets for just 53 runs. Their spinners have been exquisite, to state the least. They bowl to a plan, they bowl to their field, line and length, beating the eye line of the batters more often than not, and they find themselves on a winning mode here. Right, let's see whether we'll have a change in the bowling. I wonder who Captain AB will bring in. Captain Rai 11. Lovely name. As Shazad settles over his bat. And the first ball played rather uppishly. The wicketkeeper behind it. No one was able to get to it. He kicks it himself well. That's a loose shot. But very lucky it didn't go to hand. Pankaj is the bowler. Pankaj Ulhas. Pandeka Pankaj Ulhas. The very first ball being put to 2 runs. Watch it on your screen. It's played rather loosely. Well, fell in no man's land, in all honesty. The wicketkeeper was after it, but couldn't grab a hold of it. Run rate 4.52. Now this is far below par, in all honesty, because we know that Sri Lanka is heading in the wrong direction. It will be a miracle if they can get to this target. But do they have the batters to do so? Because the lower half of the batters are now on the field. Pankaj Utas, the bowler. Shazad Nizar has been battling it out, trying to hold the innings together. Runs in right arm. Medium pace, basically, isn't it? He's just oh, that's the misfield there. Batsmen don't take the risk of a single against this unique fielding side. Pankaj Ulhas. Oh, has he nicked that? Yes, he has. There we go. There we go. Back of a length. He hung his bat out. The ball taking the outside edge. Easy pickings for the keeper. Wicket number 7, ladies and gentlemen, on show with Sri Lanka on 55 for the loss of 7 wickets. And this particular innings by Sri Lanka in pursuit of 175 is going nowhere. Watch it on the replay. Rather a loose shot. The ball spun away from him and he played into the hands of that ball that spun away. Took the outside edge and the vigil of Shehzad Nizar scoring 15 in 28 deliveries comes to an end. Right, let's get right back into what happened this morning as well. Yeah, we were talking about the toss. One would have expected Sri Lanka to bat first, but they decided to bowl because we had a murky evening yesterday in this neck of the woods. The outfield looked a little bit soggy, but the ground staff have done a wonderful job. If you look at the view on your screens now, you can just see what a fantastic cricket centre this is. I hope that we'll have more mercantile matches played here. The Sri Lanka cricket will give these particular grounds a very, I would say, considerate consideration in giving players to come and play some matches here, because the facility here is absolutely breathtaking. I even spoke about the dressing rooms and the dining facility, the restroom facilities are all fantastic. Right, it's Dinesh Sivapalan who opened the bowling for the Masters today. Was expensive with his arm because he gave away 14 runs in the very first over. Let's see whether he can do something with the bat. Doesn't have a very healthy strike rate, 31.08. So I think the Indians are already smelling victory in this wonderful game. Slip in place, man in catching position as Pankaj. Let's see what he does here. Nice easy action. Short, getting the ball to bounce a little bit from a medium pace delivery. Sivapalan equivalent to the task, just dropping it in front of him. That's the replay, beautifully taken by the wicket keeper. You don't give these Indian fielders catches because they'll take it, that's for sure. Yet again a short delivery outside the off stump. Sivapalan getting back to it. Now what Sri Lanka must try to do is bat the 20 overs. That's the least they can do. Get into some sort of respectability. Plenty of cricket left. I know the required run rate is far beyond compare in comparison to the current run rate. Short outside the off stump, left alone by the batter. That's a very rare thing you see, especially in the middle overs when a batter is leaving the ball alone, giving early signs there's plenty of time and little opportunities for the Sri Lankan batters to get to a thing called a respectability. Because unless otherwise this pair does something, Sri Lankan batters or the Colombo Masters, as they are called, will end up in double digits against a big score of 174 made by the visitors. The scorecard for you, none of the batters impressed. Shehzad Nizar spent a lot of time there for his 15 in 28 deliveries. Malinda Ranavira showed that he can hit the ball. He made 15, 2 huge sixers, but was completely undone by a lovely delivery that had him LBW plumb in front, where umpire Sushi Gunasekara had no problem in ruling him out. Right. Let's see the change of bowling here. Is Kumar Brajesh. I thought he was going to bat at number 3 today, but he didn't. He's been brought into the attack. Gripping the ball on the seam. Might be just bowling seam up as he goes in. Round the stumps. He beat him on that time, but then I wonder whether the ball clipped his pads, because the umpire will tell us. It's pitched on the leg stump. It's been signaled as a fair delivery. Watch it again. I thought. No, it definitely clipped his pads. That's why the umpire didn't open his arm and signal that as a leg bye. Umpire Pathirana D. and Pathirana, a very experienced man. Knows the game inside out. Good umpire. In line with the stumps. Just punch down the ground to Swanpill at mid-off. India know they have got this game under control, that's for sure. The signs are swing and a miss, lucky not to have got an edge. This is going nowhere as far as Sri Lanka's batters are concerned. They really are struggling, aren't they? They're struggling to get bat to ball against some very tight bowling by the visitors. Riyad Fauzi. That's on to his pads. That's tucked away to mid-wicket. That'll get him a single. Or will they look to come for a second run? Will they take the arm of the Indian fieldsman from deep square leg? They don't. Kumar Brajesh too has been very economical. 13.4 overs. Run rate required is 18.79. Current run rate is 4.110. Are Sri Lankan batters simply going through the motion? Looks like it. Will that be signalled a wide? Yes, umpire Pathirana thinks it is a wide, and rightly so. That's outside the tram line. Score moves on to 58. Watch the replay up. Definitely went down the tram line, and that is definitely a wide. Good umpiring. Very good comeback delivery. On target, in line with the stumps. Very well bowled, sir. Kumar Brajesh is showing all of us that he can roll his arm. Someone loosening up. I think it is Kushal Singh who's loosening up. Yes, he is. Might come into pursuit in the next over. We don't know. Good delivery. Has he nicked it? No, he has not. Very lucky not to have got a nick to it. Back of a length. Lunges forward. Off stump line delivery going across the right-hander. Very lucky that he didn't nick it. So, over number 14 completed. 57 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. Look at the run rate, 4.07. Required run rate is over 19. And Sri Lanka Masters will need a miracle if they are to pull this game. 118 runs needed in 36 deliveries. Your guess will always be good as mine. Once again, just to remind any of our viewers who are joining us now on sporty.lk, we are here at the SL LDC cricket grounds, located at Kirimandala Mawat, a beautiful venue. I came here for the first time. I'm really overawed, and I just became tongue-tied, honestly, when I saw the venue, because it's so picturesque, lovely on the eye with beautiful playing conditions. Samir Sada, the bowler. Well, India is trying all their repertoire of bowlers. Right arm, beautifully flighted delivery. Got Riyad Fauzi on the front foot. Lunges forward in defence. Outside edge, runs away to the third man fence, but there is cover. So they are to be content with 1 run. Frankly, this morning, I don't think the Sri Lankan seamers got any swing off this pitch. They also made cardinal error, the spinners, when they bowled, giving too much room for the Indian batters to improvise. But Indian bowling has been much tighter. Flighted outside the off stump, he's nicked it. There we go. Now that was just a dolly. Flighted delivery, beat him in the air. And all that Dinesh did was to nick it. So there goes wicket number 8. The writing definitely on the wall from a Sri Lankan perspective. 14.3 overs. And Samir Sada gets among the wickets. This is good fun, isn't it? Sivapalan just going for a loose stroke. That's a big nick. Got absolutely no problem in giving that out. Sivapalan walks back with a golden duck. And what can I say? It's no point trying to revert back to some of the mistakes that Sri Lankan cordon made. But they could have, I thought, done better in the power play overs. They started losing wickets. And when you lose wickets in the power play overs, you play a big penalty. 58 for 8. Current run rate 4. Look at the required run rate on your screens. It's 21.27. And you need 117 balls. 117 runs in 33 balls, which is absolutely, very difficult. I'll put it to you that way. But we have seen miracles happen, but I can't foresee a miracle here because the Indian bowling has been very tight. Their fielding has been very good. New batter, strike rate of 25, highest score of 6, average of 3. Just asking the umpire how many balls to go, I reckon, in this over. Flighted delivery. Got back to it. Good line and length, bowling wicket to wicket. That's what the Indian bowlers have done today. Just bowling wicket to wicket. Once again, spun into the right hand. A beautiful bowling. Well controlled, lovely wrist work. Just tweaking it slightly. He doesn't pivot much though, but he just tweaks that wrist and gets that ball to spin. That's outside the off stump. That could be signalled a wide. Yes, the umpire does signal because it was outside the tram line. So he's got to reload that again. Malik Sada has taken 1 wicket for just 2 runs. That's more like it in the stumps, but tucked away to mid-wicket. That'll get a few runs for the Sri Lankan batting cordon, but they have content themselves with 1 run. So that marks the end of over number 15. Time for me to take a breather, take some water, relax, and then it gives me immense pleasure to welcome my co-host and co-commentator, Polonos, to take us through to the end of the game.
Thanks, Brian. Colombo Masters 60 for 8 after 15 overs. Well, that's a poor show by the Colombo Masters. They see only 2 batters reaching double figures. Nisar was out for 15 and Ranamira, that's Melinda Ranamira, for 15. None of the other batters were able to reach up to double figures. The Indian bowling has been pretty tight, as Brian was talking to you. Riyad Fauzi on 6 and Raj Prasad on 1. We see 60 for 8. 115 runs needed in 30 deliveries. Well, you see that feel, extraordinary feel for the Colombo Masters. Batters must be wondering. It's Swapnil going to bowl. Well, this Indian team definitely enjoying, no doubt about that. They are enjoying their tour. It's Swapnil. A lot of the required run rate, 23 per over needed. If Colombo Masters wants to win this game, no chance of it. but just get into a good score. That's the next 5 overs, add another 20-30 runs to get into some kind of respectability. That's driven nicely into the vacant cover point region. They're going for 1. They might have got 2 there. We cannot. So taking the score on to 61. So Fawase is on strike. Swapnil just a single taken there. Could have taken that second run, but they opted to give more strike to Fawase, who is the batter now. That's an appeal. That's going down the leg side. Now it's the umpire. That's umpire D.N. Patrana, very senior umpire. There was no chance of giving that an LPW. Definitely missing leg stump. 114 runs needed of 28 deliveries. We're in the last 5 overs of this game. Well, definitely the Vijay Hawks have dominated this game from the start. Well, the only thing what the Colombo Masters did is they won the toss. And they won the toss and put Vijay Hawks into bat. And from there onwards, it was Vijay Hawks dominating the scene. They put up a good 107-run pattern. That swing widely. That is going towards the extra cover boundary, but still the ball has stopped halfway through. It's a long chase the fielders. Meanwhile, the batters have crossed over for 2. Taking the score on to 63. Pavse moves on to 8. Swapnil, there you see 2 for 17 his figures. These Vijay Hawks players are really enjoying their stay here in Colombo. They had a long tour of Dambulla, played a couple of games, and tomorrow they'll be playing 2 day-night games at the CCC. So it will be interesting for them. This is called the Vijay Maran League Sri Lankan Powerplay. That's a good delivery, worked away on the onside. The batters did take a single there. Taking the score on to 64. 64 for 8. The Indian batters, the Vijay Hawks batters, put up a good score and put the real pressure on the Colombo Masters batters, who started off well but kept on losing wickets at regular intervals. Even during power play time, they lost 4 to 5 wickets, and from there on it was very difficult for them to come back into the game. But now they're just dragging on. They're just dragging on to bat those 20 overs. 64 on the board for loss of 8 wickets. Swapnil this time outside the off stump. Try to cut, misses it. So that's the end of that over. 16 overs gone. It's 64 for 8. There I see the bowling card. 3, 6, 9 bowlers used, giving an opportunity for everyone to bowl. The main strike bowlers were Swapnil, who had 2 for 18, and Ralavan 2 for 4, and Kaushal Singh got 1 for 19, Pankaj 1 for 2, and Samir Sadhav got 1 for 3. So you see that only the 3 bowlers right on top bowl more than 1 over. All the others are bowled an over each. That's what I say. They have been enjoying their cricket in this tour of Sri Lanka, giving opportunity for everyone to take part in the game. You see the fall of wickets: 1 for 7, 21, 40, 40, 43, 48, 55 and 58. That is a fall of wickets. So now the required run rate has come up to 27.75. No chance for Colombo Masters at this stage. 4 overs remaining. They need 111 to get. And these 2 batters, Fauzi and Prasad. That's a nice set. goes down, but it doesn't travel hard. So meanwhile, the batters go for 2, taking the score on to 66. So Kaushal Singh, the new bowler, has been bowling. Has bowled 3 overs earlier, 1 for 19 his bowling figures. That's outside the off stump. He was bowling off spin earlier, but now trying to just seam that ball away. 67 on the board. $67 for 8. That's a fuller delivery, driven firmly this time, going towards the extra cover boundary. That's again a long chase. Oh, that was a bad fall, bad slip, I would say. But pretty lucky, no damage done. Just a run there, 68 on the board. Raj Prasad gets 3. Kaushal Singh, right arm over the wicket. Bowled a good spell of 3 overs of off spin, now bowling medium pace. Royal 11 having all the fielders and the slip cordon. Huge slip cordon you saw earlier. There you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8 fielders there. There is 9, all 9 there. So pretty interesting. They're definitely enjoying this game. Huge target, 33.79 required run rate. They're definitely certain of the game. They're not going to give anything less for the Sri Lankan Colombo Masters. 68 for 8. Kaushal Singh. Final delivery of the 17th over. Worked away nicely towards fine leg. No fielder there. That's reaching the boundary. Yes, it is. It does. So taking the score on to 72. So 17 overs gone. It's 72 for 8. Colombo Masters chasing a target of 175 to win this game. And while you see Riyad Fawzi coming up to 16, so he becomes the highest scorer for the Colombo Masters up to now. 16 runs for him of 17 deliveries. 17 overs gone, 3 overs remaining for Colombo Masters. Pankaj Ulas, the new bowler, bowled over earlier, 1 wicket for 2 runs. His figures was, and he'd been asked to bowl, he'd be bowling to Raj Prasad, who's on 3. This is the 18th over of the Colombo Masters innings. Still needing a further 103 runs to win this game. A tall ask, very, very tall ask. Not possible at all at this stage. Got to get 34 runs in every over. That's it firmly straight down the ground. That might reach the boundary. Yes, it is. A 4 more. And taking the score on to 76. Raj Prasad moves on to 7 with that boundary. They see pitched up Pankaj Ulas And a firm drive on the offside straight away, going over extra cover. 99 more needed. 76 on the board. Pankaj again. This time it firmly straight down the ground. That's gone over his head. Yes, it's a 6. So 2 deliveries. They got 10 runs. Raj Prasad has other intentions. He's going after the bowling. 13 runs to him of 10 deliveries. Last 2 deliveries providing 10 of those. There you see, swinging straight over the bowler's head. Clearing the rope easily. Pankaj again, this time pitched up again but driven firmly, but there is a fielder there, deep extra cover. So with that single, Prasad moves on to 14 and the Colombo Masters total goes on to 83 for 8. 11 runs in the 3 deliveries of Pankaj over. Short outside the off stump. Wide been signaled by umpire Patrana. 1 more run added to the total takes it on to 84. He got to re-bowl that delivery too. Pankaj. That's put away on the onside. That's going towards the square leg boundary. Will it reach the boundary? Now it is stopped. So a long chase to Swapnil. Batters have gone for 2. Taking the score on to 86 and Fawcett moves on to 18. Quite an expensive over for the Vijay Hawks in this over. 17 runs gone up to now. 14 runs gone up to now. That's a dot delivery. Pankaj last had 1 for 2 before he commenced this over. Now it's 1 for 16. Comes down the wicket and try to hit it through. No, that's the end of that over. So 18 overs gone. It's 86 for 8. Fauzi on 18 and Prasad on 14. Well, there you see the batting card of Colombo Masters. Sampat's out for 8, Jawardena 5, Nisar 15, Ranavira 15, Oduwana without scoring, Rodrigo 1, Pujita Gunawardena 2, Fauzi 18, Sivapalan without scoring, 86 for 8. $89 needed in 12 deliveries. So Kumar Brajesh bowled an over earlier. Just gave away 2 runs and he's been called in to bowl the 19th over of the innings. That's down the leg side. Going for a wild swing, missed it completely. One thing good in this Vijay Hawks, they have been providing opportunity for everyone. They've used 9 bowlers in their innings. And they provided every batter also an opportunity to come to the center and have a bat. That's again a good bit of bowling. Trying to swing it hard but didn't get hold of it. Trying to slap at that. Straight to the bowler, no run. 2 dot deliveries now. This time hit uppishly. And that's been taken, so that's the 9th wicket to fall. Oh. 9th wicket to fall. That's Raj Prasad walking back. Colombo Masters 86 to 9. Kumar Brajesh gets a wicket. An easy catch. This is Naik Samir taking that catch. He's dismissed for 14. And Colombo Masters losing their ninth wicket. So the last man in, Imam Dean, walking in. "89 runs needed of 9 deliveries." So 86 for 9, Colombo Masters. Imam Dean walking into bat. There's his statistics, nothing much to talk about. Strike rate of 31.82, average of 4.67. Highest been 7 not out. Total of 14 of 4 games, 4 innings. He's taking guard at Kumar Prajesh. So 87 for 9, Colombo Masters. We're in the 19th over of the innings. Imam Dean still to open his account. That's a good delivery, nearly yoked him. Got the edge at the last moment. So good bit of bowling there by Brajesh that time, trying to yoke the batter. But Imam Dean brought his bat down in correct time. Got the edge. It's outside the off stump, cut away nicely, but straight to the fielder. Had extra cover. 87 for 9. Well, Vijay Hawks must be definitely wanting to get this wicket. And to mention that they got all the 10 wickets. That's put away nicely towards a deep third man. They get a single. With the run, the score moves on to 88. And Imam Dean gets off the mark. So 19 overs gone. It's 88 for 9. Colombo Masters. One more over remaining in this innings, and they need 87 runs to win the game. 88 for 9. 9 extras. 19 overs gone. It's impossible to get a result in favor of Colombo Masters. So one winner. It will be Vijay Hawks, no doubt. They played the game very well. They were right on top from the very first delivery. The only thing, as I said earlier, Colombo Masters won was the toss. They won the toss and put the Vijay Hawks into bat, which I thought was not the correct decision to do, because Vijay Hawks capitalized on it. They got the runs on the board and put the pressure on the batters. 88 for 9. So Imam Dean, so Sudeep Yashwant, who was keeping wickets up to now, he's going to bowl. He's bowling the last over. And Ra Levan taking over the gloves, the captain. Well, his captain has been giving opportunities, as I said, for everyone. We saw that in Dambulla too. He was giving opportunities for every player in the team, every player in the squad. They have brought about 25 players here. They played with 2 teams named as Vijay Whites and Vijay Warriors. There you see a good bit of off spin there. He's getting some turn. Bowled it well. He was keeping wickets all this time. Now coming into bowl. A dot delivery. Yes, Yashwant. It's again getting some turn. Right arm or spin. Four more deliveries remaining in this game. Sudeep Yashwant, 3 dot deliveries in this final over. While CMC Colombo Masters batters not with an intention of getting any runs, just want to bat this over to make sure that they have batted the 20 overs. 2 more deliveries remaining. Yashwant. That's a top delivery. Put away nicely this time. That's going towards the mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs there to Imam Dean. Taking the score, CMC score up to 92. Imam Dean gets 5 with that boundary. Gets on to 5. Nice shot that time. Full toss given to him. Put it away nicely. That's a better delivery. That's the end of that over. And 20 overs gone. Colombo Masters finishing up at 92 for 8. And the Vijay Hawks winning this game by 82 runs. What a game for them. They played pretty good cricket right from the start. They put up a good score. 174 was the target. And Colombo Masters needed 175 to win this game. Was top at 92. So winning, Vijay Hawks winning by 82 runs. A good margin for victory in a T20 game. 82 runs, a huge margin, I would say. And they see the happy side congratulating their own players and shaking hands with the opponents as well as the umpires. They have definitely enjoyed this tour of Sri Lanka. Played some good cricket. They see the Colombo Masters batters walking out from the field. Vijay Hawks winning this game by 82 runs. They put up a good score of 174 runs, allowing Colombo Masters to get 175 to win this game. Unfortunately, they were stopped at 92 for 9 after their 20 overs. Winning the game for Vijay Hawks, winning the game by 82 runs. Rai Lavan, the captain, enjoying every moment of this tour of Sri Lanka. They see the Colombo Masters players shaking hands with the opponents. Vijay Hawks winning this game by 82 runs. There you see the batting cards. Sunat Sampath out for 8. Prabhacha Wadana for 5. Nisar for 15. Ranavera for 15. Uduana without scoring. John Rodrigo 1. Pujita Gunawardena for 2. For Riyad Fauzi was not out on 18. Savapalan for naught. Raj Prasad for 14. And Imam was not out on 5. Score of 92 for 9 after 20 overs. With 9 extras and 92 for 9 after 20 overs. Vijay Hawks winning this game by 82 runs. Well, there you see the bowling card. 10 bowlers being used to bowl these 20 overs. Was Swapnil bowled 3 at 2 for 18. Kaushal Singh bowled 4 overs, 1 for 27. Rai 11 bowled 4 overs, 2 for 4. And all the others, of course, we had another Pankaj bowled 2, 1 for 16. And Brajesh bowled 2 overs, 1 for 4. And the other 5 bowlers bowled 1 over each. And it was only Samir who got a wicket at 1 for 3. 4 wickets, 7, 21, 40, 40, 43, 48, 55, 58 and 86. So 92 for 9 was Colombo Masters could manage to get in reply to 174 of the Vijay Hawks. So they win the game by 82 runs. There I see the summary. Vijay Hawks 174 for 7. Kaushal Singh 66. Darshan Vittal 50. They put on a very good partnership for the second wicket, 107. And then Swapnil came and got 32 of 16 deliveries. And they raced up to 174 in 20 overs. Riyad Fauzi got 2 for 29. Pujit Uduwana 2 for 28. And Sunat Sampath 1 for 31. Colombo Masters 92 for 9 in their 20 overs. Fauzi 18. Nisar 15. And Ranavira 15. There were the double figure scorers. Ra11 bowled 4 overs. He scored out 4 overs, just giving away 4 runs and getting 2 wickets. Swapnil 2 for 18 of 3. And Naik Samir 1 for 3 of 1. So there we see the highlights of the day. That's the start of the Colombo Masters innings. They started off well. They got some runs quickly, but they kept on losing wickets. That was the cause for them. During the power play, they lost about 4 to 5 wickets. That was a very good catch taken there. And some of the catches taken by these Vijay Hawks was extraordinary. They really fielded well. There I see another shot nicely played. But still, the catches they took, that was just taken off the bounce. That is Ra11, the captain. But some of the catches they took, they judged them well. They held on to the ball and put a lot of pressure on the Colombo Masters batters. Colombo Masters batters started off well, but now you see this was a turning point. Ra11 came into bowl, put them in off the back foot. They really, he didn't bowl anything extraordinary, but just controlled his line length and varied the ball well. The batsman was always in 2 minds and could not get on with the game. There you see a lot of wickets falling down, good catches taking, well shot catch. This was the only lapse they made in the field, a drop catch there. And but all the other catches they held, they fielded really well and had Colombo Masters in deep trouble. That was a very good delivery. Turned into him, wrapped him on the pads, and there was no hesitation for umpire Gunasekara to give that out. That was good bit of bowling again. He kept the pressure on the batters. That was a foolish run taken by Puj Tuduwana. Just pushed it on the onside into the mid-wicket area and started running, but there was a fielder who was very quick into it, and unfortunately the decision for him was a run out. And there you see another good catch taken there. Good bit of fielding, good catches taken by the fielders. Put a lot of pressure on the Colombo Masters batters. And Captain Ra11 leading from the front, kept things tight, didn't allow the game to go away from them. And you see, finally they were enjoying the game, having close infielders right around the bat. While the Colombo Masters batters were struggling to get on with the game. The runs were coming, but they were definitely very much underdogs, and they were really down in the game at this stage. And Vijay Hawks were very much on top, putting a lot of pressure on the batters to come. That was a very simple catch. There you see they're enjoying it. Well, that's played nicely towards the extra cover boundary. A couple of boundaries were coming, and there you see another one going high in the air. The wicket-keeper chased for it, but he couldn't get onto it. And that's a good catch taken there by the wicket-keeper. Yashwant, who took the final over was bowled by Yashwant, and giving all the 10 have a bowl at it. another wicket to go. Getting the edge. There you see the slip cordon. If you see all the fielders fielding there. That's going down the leg side. There was a loud appeal. But umpire Patran, a very senior umpire, had no hesitation in giving it not out. A couple of wild swings here because all the fielders were in the slips. Helped the Colombo Masters to push their score along to about 70 to 80 runs. Finally, they managed to get 92, and that was worked away nicely. A lot of runs coming. When the slips were all there, all the fielders were in the slip cordon, a couple of boundaries to push the score towards the 90-run mark, and that was a huge hit by Raj Prasad. They got that 6, and then he had to go, and that was the 8th wicket to fall. And then there was an appeal for LPW, but umpire Gunasekara said not out. And this was the final over of the innings. They got a boundary in that innings, in that over too, and took the total on to 92 before the end of the 20th over. Colombo Masters were 92 for 9. There you see the usual shake hand going on at the end of the game. So once again, so that's it. So that was a victory for Vijai Hawks. They won by 82 runs. They'll be playing another game tomorrow at the CCC grounds, a day-night game. And we hope to see you there. Until then, enjoy your time.